Yeah, I have to admit, going into it was great to see everybody and be live, and there was such a benefit. But having space in the command center, it's a to go back. It's going back to the economy car,
Well, I know that I see we have all the members except for Judy Begay. I think that Judy is there at the office. Lindsay, were you able to get assist Supervisor Begay getting on?
She's here. She just needs to accept the promotion from attendee. There she goes. Okay.
There we go. All right. All right, it looks like we're all on board here for, as you all know, my name is Patrice Horseman. I am supervisor from District 1 and also the chair of the board, and we are here this afternoon for a special session. And I know that we should go around and go and make sure who all the supervisors that are currently present. So District 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. Jeronimo Vasquez, Supervisor, District 2. Thank you.
District 3.
Oh, am I live? Yep, I'm off mute. Good afternoon, everybody. Matt Ryan, District 3.
And District 4.
And everyone, Judy Begay for District 4.
And District 5.
Good afternoon. Welcome to our meeting, and thank you.
All right, and members of the board, as you know, this is a special session. The first item on it is an executive session. Before I entertain a motion, I just want to acknowledge and send our love and care and concern for Supervisor Begay and her family at this time. And thank you, Judy, for joining us this afternoon and for being with us, and all the best and prayers to your family. So with that, if I could get a motion, we have as a first item of business, advice and consultation with our attorneys to consider our position and give it instructions and to receive legal advice in executive session on the case Arizona Republican Party v. Katie Hobbs, Supreme Court number CV 220048-SA. As I understand it, County Manager recommendation from legal counsel is that we enter executive session for advice from legal counsel on this item.
That is correct, Madam Chair. I'm looking to see if County Attorney Ring has signed in yet. Lindsay, can you see that?
I see Yvonne is there.
Steve, I did see him on the Teams meeting for the exec session.
He's probably waiting in there for us.
Yeah, I saw the same thing.
Then in that case, Madam Chair, members of the board, the recommendation from the manager would be based on advice from legal counsel to go in that direction.
Thank you, County Manager. Do I have a motion for us to go to resolve in executive session?
I motion we go into executive session.
Thanks, Vice Chair Vasquez. Do I have a second? I have a second from Supervisor Begay. All those in favor say aye.
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 It's unanimous. And so at this time, members, please log out, leave this meeting, and please go into our Teams meeting, which is also on our calendars. So log out of this, let's go into Teams, and we'll then come back into our regular session. So thank you. So we're slowly making our way back. See Matt and Supervisor Begay, Supervisor Fowler, Vice Chair Vasquez. County Manager, do we have everyone we need to proceed with the special session?
Let's see. Yes, ma'am. Let me see. I need to pull over. On the GIS side, let's see. Can we pull?
Helen Costello,
Can you pull Helen over to panelist?
Nathan Wren,
I don't see Nate there yet.
Margot Neff, Eslier Musta, Patty Hansen. Is there anybody else, Steve?
Yeah, I don't see Nate or
And Claire Harper.
I don't see Nate or Margot online yet.
They'll both be joining in just a minute.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Oh. Well, for the members of the public, we just completed our executive session, item number 1, and received advice from legal counsel. And we are now proceeding with our special session for item number 2, presentation, discussion, and possible direction regarding county redistricting maps, redistricting process, and outreach. And this is a continuation of the discussion that was started during our work study session of this last week. So we're here for a short update and to bring everybody forward, including one of our supervisors who was not able to join us during our work study session. So with that, County Manager, we have everybody here. And I hope that besides kind of bringing us all back up to speed on what was discussed at our work study session, we can take some time also to talk about how we're going to do our county hearings, public outreach. First one, which will be, of course, this Saturday.
Right.
So I'm going to turn this over to you, County Manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board and staff. As the chair indicated, we began the conversation with the Board of Supervisors last week on redistricting. We provided information, introductory slides that laid out the legal framework regarding the county's redistricting process. And then from that, we went into the guidelines that have been adopted by the board that guide the adoption of maps or the creation of the mapping scenarios to ensure that the guidelines that have been adopted by the board late in 2021 have been used as informing the scenarios that we presented last week. Last week, staff presented 6 scenarios, A through F. We went through the process of going through each of the scenarios to identify which precincts were going to be added and then which precincts were going to be deleted from the 6 scenarios. After which the board began a conversation on the scenarios and initial impressions of the scenarios that were provided. At that time, the board did provide a very preliminary ranking of the scenarios. And at that time also, with Supervisor Begay's absence, we did take the opportunity yesterday to brief Supervisor Begay on the scenarios and bring her up to speed, if you will, on the discussions that have been taken thus far. Today, Madam Chair, and board members, the staff recommendation is to on the scenario side with the board input, to continue to have discussions on scenarios, continue the discussions on the ranking. If board members have had a ranking that they would have reconsidered, but the end result really the discussion will result in, does the board wish to proceed with the scenarios as presented to the public hearing on Saturday? Does the board, through consensus, have they identified one or other scenarios that they would want to omit based on the weakness or deficiency that the guideline may have against the guidelines? Does the board wish to suggest ideas for scenarios to be modified? Again, this is the board's time to have the discussion as a body. The second part of today is to go over the format for the public meetings and to include the introductory comments from the chair. Staff will be showing most of the slides that we presented to the board last week, providing the legal framework, the guidelines and information that would be very relevant to the public's interest in the process. And so that would be the second recommendation for today, is that after the board's discussion on scenarios, et cetera, that we have a brief discussion on the format for the public hearings. So Madam Chair, I think that covers a brief introduction of what we're attempted to accomplish today.
Thank you, County Manager. And I know that the staff had an opportunity. I think Sue Brown was able to meet with Supervisor Begay to kind of go over, to go over the maps and the discussion that was held with the 4 other board members last week during our work study session on March 2nd. And at the conclusion of that, and it was over 3.5 hours of a discussion on the 6 options and with the board. I know that the board members did provide a ranking. I'd be happy to provide that again if you would like, and if we can then maybe hear from Supervisor Begay if she has any particular questions, or if she would like to add to the ranking that was provided by the other board members during the work study session. So members of the board, any changes that you might have to your ranking, or should we listen to Supervisor Begay and see if she has any questions, and then provide the ranking and see if she has ranking that she would like to add to it. So Supervisor Fowler.
Did you want to hear from Supervisor Begay first? I have changes in mine,
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Begay, do you have any questions or comments you'd like to make? And then we can kind of go into the ranking and whether you would like to, I know that you were briefed on this, and I don't know if you have ranking or if you've ranked these 6 scenarios.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, colleagues, for all the work that you do, as being our board members. And then also, I know this is very time consuming, but I think it's very important that we discuss it and make sure that, we come up with something that is workable for the whole county. So what I did was I did meet with Sue yesterday. And basically, I went over, she took a lot of time out, out of her work to sit down with me, and we talked for a long time. And then I looked at all the maps and all the scenarios and all the demographics So in each of the scenarios and the current scenario. So anyway, based on all of that, last night I had an opportunity to sit down and do my ranking. So for scenario A, I came up with a 6 on that one. And then scenario B, I did a 3. C, I did a 5. And E, I have a 2. Let's see, 6, 3, 5. D is a 2, E is a 4, and F is a 1. So those are my rankings out of what I reviewed as it was presented to me, and taking all the demographics and the scenarios. So that's my ranking right there. I don't have any questions because I did have opportunities to ask yesterday.
Madam Chair, if I could ask Supervisor Begay to clarify again the scoring for D as in dog and E as in Edward.
Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. D as in dog is 2. E is 4. And then F is 1.
Thank you.
What's your 3?
That's in B. B as in boy.
Oh, okay, I'm lost. Can you do it from one again?
Okay, I was going by scenarios. Scenario, okay. 1 is F. 2 is D as in dog. 3 is B as in boy. 4 is E as in Edward. 5 is C. And 6 is A.
Yeah, thank you.
So we have D is number 2, E is 4, and F is 1. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And any changes to any of the other board members' ranking? And then I have a comment on my ranking, but any changes? I think Supervisor Follow, you had some recommendations or changes?
So I want to, when I went back and I looked at F, it doesn't meet our criteria. Our criteria says that it would be, we have number under 6. We're looking at competitiveness in our when we're looking at these, not only the votes, but also the competitiveness. So now I am looking at E as my number 1 choice. And in E, you have and this is where I have a question. You have to look at District 2 and 3. District 4, the Hispanic Latino population increases by 667. The voting age for Hispanic Latino has increased by 418, whereas Native American population decreased by 548, and increase in voting or decrease in voting population by 463. That is in scenario E. And so it continues through the, you look at number D, D, look at D, District 4, the Hispanic Latino population increased by 1,401. And the voting population, Hispanic Latino, is 851. Whereas Native American population decrease in District 4 for scenario D by 359, and the voting population decreased by 376. So if you just look at all the maps, even looking at C is the same. C is Latino population, 889. And the Native American, there is these two districts. I think there needs to be an analysis of District 4 with just the increase in the Native, the Hispanic, the Latino population within that same district. The Native American population drops. So is there a way to balance District 2 and District 4 with the Latino and Hispanic population and Native American population? I don't know where those populations are within the Flagstaff precincts, and that's what's going back and forth right there. So I like to see if that can be looked at again, not just the. So that's really what I'm looking at. So like the.
Madam Chair, real quick before we go to Supervisor Begay, I want to make sure that we have a lot of staff here. I want to make sure that they're capturing what Supervisor Fowler is observing, and then because we want to capture that. To do the analysis right here is going to take some time, but we want to capture, of course, all of your impressions from the different scenarios, and then determine, in terms of the analysis, coming back to the board to provide the results of the review to be able to respond. Now, if there are some readily answerable observations that staff can provide, we certainly will do that. But I'm not sure I can turn around an analysis right now while we're still in session. So
yeah. So I'd just like to continue on the scenario F, District 3. That's where it just the party affiliation that just doesn't work for our guidelines. In the population in District 4, again, the District 4 Hispanic Latino population, it increased by 901, and the voting population increased by 612 Hispanic Latino, whereas in District 2, population drops by 9, and the voting population, Hispanic and Latino, 176. Native American population in District 4 increased by 890, and the voting age by 502. So that works, but we're taking from maybe from District 2, where we're really looking at the Hispanic and Latino population, and it's being pushed into District 4. It looks like to me that, I guess that's just my observation there, and it's right in that, since they're right next to each other, and that's why I like to have, and it's like that in all of the scenarios. And here we're saying that this is a minority population that we want to protect, and yet we're pushing it into another district. So, or maybe we're not pushing, maybe it's just the way that that is the only way it can be done. But I like to have that taken, I like to have that reviewed.
If I may just make a comment, and then I know Supervisor Begay wants to speak as well. I think the standard is not that we have to maintain the quote minority populations in each. And what we saw with the IRC is when you increase the population of some districts or some legislative districts or congressional districts, or in this case, Board of Supervisors districts, because we need to equalize the population, it is going to have an effect on the various percentages of various minority votes. So the idea is to not maintain the exact numbers, but as I see our criteria is to obviously not dilute the voting strength of language and minority groups. Now, obviously, there's going to be a plus or minus on there in terms of the number of people in various minority groups going in and out as we change the population. So I think the question is, does it meet the constitutional standards that are required under Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act as we do this? I mean, I would be losing, for example, in many of these by giving up 10 and 8, would be giving up a lot of the Hispanic voting in 8 or in 1 to 2. So the question is, does that create a dilution of that vote? And I don't think so. And I think that if we have a legal analysis, it's not going to be found to do so. So the fact that there may be more Hispanics going into 4 or more Hispanics going into 2 or less, more a Native American vote going into 4 on some of these is not that what the key is. It's whether we meet the dilution standards, which is a constitutional standard. So I think that's important for us to look at. And if we need to do further analysis on that, I'm assuming that we can get that done, probably not here today. But, I think that that's important. And I think it's also important to note that there are a number of criteria, of which that one, and I think that's a very important one, but there are a number of criteria that we're trying to meet as we come through these various scenarios. So Supervisor Begay, did you want to say something?
Yes. I guess for D2, I know we're talking about the ruralness, and then also the Hispanic population. I think that would be doable if we were to add 61 and 71 to District 4. I think that would be something that we can look at, and therefore, giving more of the areas to back to District 2. So that's kind of what I was kind of thinking too. So I wanted to make that recommendation on D.
So I'm sorry, let me understand what you're saying. You had ranked, and I guess we also need to go back to the ranking in light of Supervisor Fowler's comments, and maybe she doesn't have further ranking, but we should probably go through everybody's ranking at this point. What you're saying too, for D, you rank that as number 2, and with the inclusion of 6171, which is what, Navajo Mountain and Inscription House?
Yes.
And County Manager, I don't know if I don't think we've looked at that as a scenario D with changing 61 and 71 from 5 to 4.
I'll have to refer to staff. Nate, can you respond to that question, please?
Yeah. So a scenario D with Navajo Mountain and Inscription House, we have not explored. We do have other scenarios where Navajo Mountain and Inscription House are in District 4. I believe those are scenario F and Yeah, but
So
if that's something that we wanted to explore later, we could.
And I think that was something, County Manager, that I had brought up, but wanted to hear from Supervisor Begay on. And of course, F has some other differences to it, but if we could take a look at D and take a look to see what that would do if, and this was my recommendation on last week too, was with scenario D, which I know was the favorite of Supervisor Ryan, but to take a look at the possibility of adding Inscription House and Navajo Mountain from 5 to D, since D is giving up Cameron, which is a much larger voting population, and just to see if the numbers would work. But again, I wanted to hear from Supervisor Begay first before we did that. I show subtracting 61 and 71 from District's 5 population is 28,410, and adding precinct 61 and 71 to District 4's population would be 28,660. So there would still be an increase in the number of Navajo voters going from 4 to 5, but there would not be quite the loss of precincts within tribal lands if 61 and 71 went from 5 to 4.
And I just want to confirm that staff, Nate, Margot, others, you captured that observation so that we can look into that.
So I'd just like to add that I am more in favor of District 2. We can't personalize this. This is a map that's going to be here for 10 years. And the district, as county supervisors, we have rural count. We're a rural county. And for that reason, I believe all of the supervisors need to have a portion of the rural counties. And so District 3 or District 2 having a rural component, I think, is important. Our cases that come before us are about rural communities. Our land cases, our ordinance addresses that. All the actions that we take, we're not, so for that reason, I would favor having the District 2 fan out and to take on the rural communities.
And Supervisor Fowler, could you give us your new ranking? That might be good too.
Well, it's E. My ranking has it's just it is all based on, and I've been having little. It is E, C, and D. If I had
So
to
E, C, and B.
E as an Ethel, and
E
as an Edward, and then C as in cat, and D. I can.
and D for number 3. 1. So in other words.
And the
C,
reason
C,
I do not have B and F is because it doesn't meet our standards. When we're looking at competitiveness, it doesn't meet that. Number A will not work. So those 3 are out. And now we have 3 left. And of the 3, which is the one that is most tired of what will work for the whole county. So we may not be here for 10 years, so we can't personalize this. We have to look at the whole county and how this map will work for our population.
So, and Chair Fowler, you are 100% correct, and I think that is important for all of us. This is likely going to outlive any of our tenure here on the Board of Supervisors. Certainly, it will outlive my tenure on the Board of Supervisors. I don't plan to be here for 10 more years. So, and this is not personal. It is something that we, the board, need to make sure that we are presenting the best districts we can for our county now, as well as moving forward. And for that, we developed and we, the board, voted on the criteria. And I think that whatever we do and whatever we present to the public for responses and for input need to be something, and we could all disagree because great minds can always disagree with each other, but that we at the board, at least as a consensus, believe meet our criteria, our stated criteria for redistricting. And I raised last time, and I'm going to raise it again, so when we talk, we can consider this, and that is if there is a scenario or two or more that do not, in our consensus, believe meet our criteria, we may want to remove that from consideration. And I know Supervisor Fowler, you're indicating that A may be one of those criteria, one of that scenarios that does not meet our criteria. If a consensus of this board believes that, boy, I think we should remove it from further consideration. We may disagree though on, what meets criteria or doesn't meet our criteria. But I think Supervisor Fowler, in light of the ranking that we've all given, we might have a consensus that in fact A doesn't meet that criteria. So, and with that, I'm just going to turn this over to my other supervisors. Anybody else have any comments on this? Anybody else have any changes on their ranking than what we presented? And if you'd like, and County Manager, with your permission, I'd be glad to go through what I wrote down, and I think reflects the rating that we did, unless you wrote that down, County Manager.
No, please proceed.
Would that be beneficial to everybody or not? Do I help? Yes, Supervisor Ryan, please help out here.
Now, I've remained silent because it's really good just to hear everybody's discussion, and I really appreciate it. I hear, let's see, evaluate some of these numbers, and I think validity to both Supervisor Begay and Supervisor Fowler on let's at least see how these populations have shifted around. More in terms of there would be a dilution effect because we've seen the growth of the population has been non-minority population. Noting that, however, how do we try and fortify or not adversely dilute our minority populations? First and foremost, as we noted in one of our first criteria, is the Voting Rights Act, which we do have a majority minority district out of the 5 here. But beyond that, we also, if we looked at it a little further, there might be a way of, as I hear Supervisor Fowler, fortifying the Hispanic vote, maybe. It depends on where the numbers shift around, unless that's just the overall population moving in and dispersal of those populations. Similarly to what Supervisor Begay had been saying, let me see. I did ask last time if just from a community of interest standpoint, and it might not work just because the populations are huge at NAU, but what if 20 were shifted around one way or another to retain it together with the other university precincts? From a functional standpoint, a voting election, I've represented NAU forever, since I've been on the board, I guess I should say. But from a voting perspective, creating the vote center that serves those all precincts within NAU, it's more functional for the sake of elections. And we can always ask Esler and Patty, to talk about that further if we want to, but it's a consideration. If it throws the numbers off too much, then no, it's fine how we're taking a look at it, but it provides the opportunity to explore that a little bit further. Let's see. The other
Supervisor Ryan, which scenario would you want to see 20 included back into? That would be
actually,
helpful.
The drawback is quite honestly a tool that I think would be useful to us that we don't have at our disposal unless we're in the maps and how does it shift around is not only showing if we could show our populations by precinct, voting populations, minority, etc.
I think that's what we did last time during our last work study session, is we went through it by precincts, by district, by scenario, by precinct.
No, we did it overall. Each precinct showing those numbers. As we do modifications, we can see what those numbers are per precinct. We can see how they shift around. Okay, and I'm just saying as a tool for us to look at that we're observing as we're watching this. All our brains work differently.
How is there a specific scenario in particular that you wanted to see 20 put back in?
No, because I don't have that information available. And what we do is we wait for GIS to shift it, and we see a shift, and we see what the total is. But seeing it by precinct is how my brain works associated with that. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to meet the criteria that we're providing to GIS. They move the map. We sort of see what happens, but we kind of, we see the end result, I guess, is what happens. And so that's why, what are the opportunities? And this is stuff that I know we have time. We also want to hear from folks, obviously, from the community as it relates to these maps. But as we start to draw our conclusions, I think we're hitting, pieces that it's like, oh, I hadn't considered that. Okay, let's just look a little bit closer, and it may not go anywhere on it. So no, I'm not ready to say where 20 should go or shouldn't go. GIS has that capability for my sake, so I'm looking at it. If I saw the precinct delineation by numbers, as I look at it offline, not currently, it just helps me process. So
just for my looking at the maps that they provided us of the precincts, of the scenarios where 20 is removed from 3, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, it would be scenario D and scenario F.
So
not F, actually scenario F, it remains, but it would be scenario D.
No, I understand you can process it that way. I don't process it that way. So, and all I'm doing is suggesting that I might have that tool for the future and the opportunity for staff to just look at that, and it might not work. Just 2 more points. I was sitting quiet and just trying to give my observations of what's going on here on this. 2 other points. One is just of note, new information we received yesterday or the day before came out from the school superintendent's office. There is no longer an incumbent sitting in District 2 or District 3 for the community college. There are vacancies there right now. The other piece of the discussion, and where you were starting to go, Madam Chair, Patrice, would be the question of I'm okay if it goes out. I'm okay if we don't have it. It was within my top 4 But you can see it isn't as you look at everybody else's. And so that's fine with me if we were to remove one of them, if it just doesn't seem to be making a general measure towards where our final decision wants to go anyway with that. And
So,
I think that's, yeah, go ahead. I'm done.
yeah, no, I mean, I agree. And what I'm going to do is at this point, just to help, because we could go and probably spend the next 5 or 6 months doing this, but we have a meeting or a public hearing on Saturday. So what I'd like to do, if I could, and I want to make sure for those that may have taken notes during the last meeting, that they go through this with me, but I'm going to go through the ranking that were given, plus the changes that Supervisor Fowler just gave. So I'll go by districts, starting with 1. I have 1, A is 6. B is, make sure I've got it. B is 3, but I have adding 61 and 71 from 5 to 4. And C is 5. D is 2, but again, adding 61 and 71 to 2. E is a 4, and 1 is F. What I have for number 2, District 2, and correct me again, or if there are any changes on this, Vice Chair Vasquez, but what I have for 2 is A is 6, B is 3, C is 5, D is 1, adding 61 and 71, E is 4, and F is 2. Is that correct, Vice Chair Vasquez?
Yes, except now that I know the information about the community college and how that might change things, I'm curious to see how that will how that'll affect some of the different precinct assignments, because I know that was one of the barriers when we were deciding which precincts we could add to 2 or remove from 2. So I'm really interested to see how that'll change.
You want to change your ranking based on that?
I would, but I don't have that information yet. Based on just some of the information that we have had right now and discussing, I do hear Supervisor Fowler's concern about the lack of rural. I'm not a big fan of the rural, the 3 options that do have the District 2 heading out to Forest Lakes. But of those 3 maps, if I needed to move one up, I would move up C to my 3rd option, and then bump everything else down B and E.
Okay, you want to, all right. So you want to give me your numbers then? A would still be 6, B would be what?
4, so it would go, A would be 6, B would be 4, C would be 3, D would be 1, E would be 5, and F would be 2.
Thank you. All right, then Supervisor Ryan for 3, and correct me again if I'm wrong, but this is what I wrote down. A is 4, B is 5, C is 3, D is 1, E is 2, and F is 6.
That's correct. For now.
Then, I'm sorry, Supervisor Ryan, I'm sorry.
Oh, I said that's correct for now, as we process. Yes, for now. Yep.
All right. My puppy was taking one of my maps away. So, all right. So now Supervisor Begay, I think from what you just indicated, correct me if I'm wrong, A was 6, B is 3, C is 5, D is 2, with adding 61 and 71.
Yeah,
E is 4, and F is 1.
okay. For D, it would be 1 with 761 and 71 included.
Okay,
And then 2 would be F
okay, so I'll make that change.
with 61 and 71.
Okay. All right, and then number 5, and correct me, Supervisor Fowler, this is what I've got for you, is I assume ranking A would be 6, since you're requesting to remove that, which I would agree. So A would be 6. B, you have not ranked. C would be 2. D would be 3. And E would be 1, and F you have not ranked. Is that correct?
That is correct. And I will add that, you know, any maps that have Fernwood neighborhood in District 5, what you're doing is Fernwood is really belongs with Donny Park. When you think about the Schultz fire and the Schultz flooding, it's gone right through there. And those are community of interest that we really have to take into consideration. All of the projects that are happening there is Fernwood and Donny Park. So I just like to add that to the community of interest there.
And I think that's well taken. I think the concern is getting the numbers necessary, which is a constitutional requirement.
And it can be accomplished by really looking at it, community of interest, minority population. There are certain ones, and we all are very aware of all of that.
Well, okay. And for whatever it's worth, you know, obviously, which I have stated during the last time as well, the Grand Canyon and precincts have a SUPI, and the Grand Canyon have been traditionally linked, and certainly are communities of interest with each other, and both have been linked to Flagstaff, both for a long time in terms of the district, but also a long time in terms of their connection to the city of Flagstaff for working, hospital, education, and everything else. And so,
Absolutely.
Let me finish, please, Supervisor Fowler.
On that.
Supervisor Fowler, if I may, and then you'll speak in just a minute. And in terms
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I thought you were talking about Fernwood. Yes, that's true for Fernwood. Thank you.
And in terms of numbers, those certainly aren't going to give the numbers that are necessary for to try to get numbers to 5. And I think that's the only reason that Fernwood, to try to get those numbers in the population. So that's with that, Supervisor Fowler, if you have anything further to say.
No, Madam Chair, I apologize. I thought you were talking about Fernwood. Yes, Fernwood absolutely is, when they think about town, they think about Flagstaff. They're very connected to Flagstaff. They're very connected to the Donny Park and Schultz fire, the museum fire, all of that. When you think about community of interest, that is all within that. And from there, they're not connected with the rest of the rural communities that that are outside of that, right next door to the Native American communities and the rural communities. That's all. And that was the only reason why I was agreeing with you. I apologize. I interrupted. So thank you.
Okay, any other comments?
Madam Chair, if I could make a comment.
Yes, County Manager.
So to the points that the board members have raised with regard to communities of interest, et cetera, it was just that in terms of repeated attempts to make the numbers work. Certainly we acknowledge the goal of maintaining demographic numbers and ethnic numbers, voting age populations in districts 4, 5, and 2. We acknowledge very, very much so the observation of Fernwood and the community of interest that it shares with Donny Park. And so looking at that, the scenarios that we've created, again, these are staff created scenarios where each of you have voiced concerns and questions and probably a tad of frustration in what you saw. And I guess if we're looking at this from the standpoint of consensus, the consensus of all of you is that the scenarios are frustrating, but it is certainly from the standpoint of looking at the numbers as I indicated and identifying how they apply to the guidelines. And so, it's a staff's view of this. The observations and suggestions that board members are making right now, again, staff is making copious notes of what you're saying so that we can then take your input and go and create some scenarios that follow your lead. I do want to, though, very quickly have, if I could, Madam Chair, Nate, Ren, and Margot address the issue that Supervisor Ryan has raised regarding the population by precinct, because I think we just need to get a bit of a clarification on the tool and where we see those numbers reflected in the staff's work. And so Nate and Margot, can you pop up and just provide a little background on the tools?
So the problem is if you're
Yeah, sure. Thank you, County Manager. So we have like kind of three tools that we've been using. We have the story map that shows the proposed scenarios currently A through F. Then we have a redistricting tool where we can assign different precincts and to different districts, and then a third app, which is the demographic dashboard, which once we reassign those precincts, it'll display on the fly like what happens demographically, population. So in regards to, sorry, it's a little loud in here. So Supervisor Ryan was asking about the populations per precinct. That is displayed on the redistricting tool that we use to create scenarios. I would say we could provide, I know it's in, I think, the map packet as well. There was breakdown of precincts. I understand he wants to visualize it. I could say we could build one, but also we have 4 days before our public hearing. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Information background. Thanks, Nate. Madam Chair, back to you. I think Supervisor Begay.
Supervisor Begay.
Yes, I just want to say thank you to Steve that he's looking at everything that we're talking about, and we're the other part of this whole thing that we're looking at, or the kind of discusses the rural aspects of the lower areas of District 4, and then the 67, 61, and 71, and the Hispanic population. So those are the other areas that I kind of want to reiterate. But anyway, other than that, we like to see some scenarios that's going to be, workable for everybody. And, I think, working together on this, we will make it work. And I trust my colleagues on that. We all have to give and take somewhere. And it shows almost in every scenario, but, we're here for the whole county. And to me, I've given up a gap and and other areas in that to get the District 4 or 5 into Flagstaff. I'm losing a lot of voters in that area. So therefore, that's the reason why I really would like to kind of balance that out with 61 and 71. So that's what I would like to reiterate. So if it's possible, maybe do a scenario including those two, adding that to the scenario D. That's only a comment I would like to make. Thank you.
Thank you. And is that something that they could do, is take scenario D and add 61 and 71, see how that works and how the numbers work? Would that be something to be fairly doable fairly quickly?
Nate has his hand up, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Nate.
Yeah, Chair. I do have currently the tool we're using to build scenarios, and I have added 61 Inscription House in Navajo Mountain to District 4. I can share my screen if that's what we want to do.
Sure. And I guess if you can do that, does it meet the plus or minus standard deviation required for changes in voting population?
Sure. As you can see, this is, I just want to double check everything here. So we're talking about scenario D right here. This is the proposed scenario from the story map. Here in the redistricting tool, I've rebuilt that scenario and then added Inscription House, and Navajo Mountain. So here is the demographics. Let me just refresh this for that. So what it does, it bumps 4 over our population by about 607, it looks like. So we would have to lose population in 4, and we can just pause here, I guess, to see what it does demographically. And I think the desired effect of moving Inscription House and Navajo Mountain was to improve Native American numbers for District 4, which it does. We can go back to. So this is how it currently stands under the drawn scenario. You're at 91, 94, and under adding that, it adds about 1,000. It looks like. I think, yeah. But we do have to lose 600 people. So the question is then, how do we remove from District 4, and where do we give it to? So the kind of obvious candidates are probably precinct 17 would definitely get. Let's see what happens. We'll just
and return 17 to 2.
Yes, we can do that right now.
Yeah.
My guess is that will bump 2 over. And just barely. 200, just under 200 people too many in District 2. So yeah, this is where the game begins. It's how can we balance that? I mean, I'm open to suggestions from anyone on the board, how you want to move precincts. I mean, where you're going to probably accomplish this is, in the city, and that's why I'm avoiding zooming out.
8 was in District 1, but that's a large voting. So I'm not sure that.
Looks like it would probably keep you under. Yes, it would probably work. And I know a lot of comments were made about NAU, and as you can see, this one provides a population. You can see there's 4,097 people in precinct 20, which makes it so hard to move around. But
precinct, let's assume, because I know Matt made a comment about 20, which has been a big precinct
So,
for him.
hey,
Could you,
Patricia,
could you do that? Would that work, or is that gonna, if we kept then 20 in Matt's precinct, or I'm sorry, Matt's district, and kept everything else the way it is, would that help reduce? I don't know if it's within the
Yeah.
numbers.
we would, 3 would definitely be over if we gave precinct 20 to, to District 3. So yeah, we would have to play numbers with numbers. 2 would drop dramatically. So like we could, we'd start shifting.
Yeah, okay.
Trying to think here.
You know, actually, if I may, Madam Chair, it doesn't seem to work there, but number wise, it looks like 5 and 3 are down, you know, so do you have any populations near those that the population could be modified?
We need to put Fernwood back into 2.
Let's see. So Fernwood does have 2,700 people. And the problem there is then, so right now, this is what the scenario we have drawn looks like. We have District 5 is just over the required range by just not even, maybe what is that, 90 people, less than 90 people. So yeah, taking 2,700, it's where do we get the population for 5? It really becomes the question, and without hurting, it's either you got 2 options, because 5 is in the north going down the Grand Canyon side, which we've already decided is, you know, probably doesn't work because of the community of interest between Tucson and Grand Canyon.
We have not decided that. That's just one opinion.
Okay.
So, you know, the
Correct.
Grand Canyon can be kept a whole, and it's also a community of interest for the native communities like Cameron and Ottaway. So, you know, that's just one view. So when we think about the whole county, I think we need to take all considerations rather than saying that that is off limits.
Well, Madam Chair, to clarify, staff has not said that statement. That's a board-driven discussion, not a.
And
I realize that, and that's just the reason why I'm saying that. Thank you.
The other is here is just numbers, is just the numbers that are necessary in 5. And to try to get the numbers in 5, we need to start looking at bringing 5 down into unfortunately Fernwood. You know, the numbers in Supai are what, 200? And they don't have the numbers there. And to blow up a community of interest between Havasupai and the Grand Canyon, as well as their connection to Flagstaff, makes no sense, especially when it doesn't provide the numbers.
Well, there is, at least just try the Grand Canyon, you know, the 59 or not. You know,
and try it. It doesn't give the numbers.
Well, we can still look, and we're looking at scenarios. So that's just what we're looking at. So it works in E. So let's see how that works out.
Did we want to finish a scenario with this modified D, like we were trying to add Inscription House and Navajo Mountain?
Yeah.
To try to see if we can get something that's viable. I can only do one at a time. I apologize. Yeah, we can definitely explore Lena, Supervisor Fowler's path after this. Okay.
I think that there's been a request made by Supervisor Begay, and one that I raised also last week, to see if it's possible on D. D may not be possible. But if D is both, it was a priority for me, it was a priority for Vice Chair Vasquez, and it was a priority for Begay and we are doing this because that was the priority for Supervisor Ryan. So we're trying to see if we could do this and work out a D that's still, since D, in scenario D, Supervisor Begay is giving up Cameron a large Native American, Navajo voting strength on tribal lands, whether you could add the two 61 and 51 to hers, and if that will work for D. And if it doesn't, then D is not two for me at all. And my guess is it's not going to be up there for some of the other supervisors either.
So, I thought I had it. So I just made,
D?
this is D. Right now we're modifying D. I've already included Inscription House and Navajo Mountain into 4. I just made, and so like the first change we made was 17, precinct 17 going to 2 from 4, which bumped it over. I just made a change of 10, which is this portion of NAU,
Right.
to 1.
Where it was, yeah.
Yeah, which it currently is in. So now we're 100 people over in District 1, it looks like.
Madam Chair.
So that's Ranches North, really, probably, if you put
And
Ranches
Ranches North would then go, to 3.
And so let's, oops. See here.
Maybe.
Just squeaking in.
Woo, woo.
And so this is a scenario that does work. This is a modified D, so the population works. We haven't really dove into the demographics and other requirements, but the first major requirement is population falling, and that has worked. If you wanted, here's the dashboard. If you guys wanted to discuss what it does demographically.
And to be honest, I think the reason that D was at least high in my list, I'll let the other supervisors speak for themselves, was because it seemed like proposal D was probably maintaining the, quite frankly, the traditional geographic and political boundaries in 3 for Democrat, Republican, where the others also kind of acknowledging where new people are moving in and what their partisanship is in those new areas. The other scenarios were substantially different. D at least preserves that almost 50-50 breakdown on political parties that 3 has traditionally had in the past. And that was why I was willing to take a look at D, but with ensuring that that District 4 Supervisor Begay giving up Cameron gained some additional tribal land voting population, even if it was a much smaller voting population number. So that's why I was favoring D, not because, quite frankly, it's my favorite, but it helps Supervisor Ryan.
And if you were to transfer the Grand Canyon into 5, it would balance out the number, it would balance out the population more.
You know, for reasons that I have indicated numerous times, Grand Canyon and Supai are very connected, and they are also very connected to District 1. They've been very connected to Flagstaff. It has been part of the traditional geographic and political boundaries of District 1 It has been their close relationship within District 1 and my outreach in those counties, and before me, Art Babbitt's, and before Art Babbitt's, Carl Taylor's. And I am very much opposed to that happening, but that's my belief, and I know you have your belief, Supervisor Fowler.
And when you really think about the, just try it.
Well, wait a minute, let's finish.
Just to look at what we're still looking at numbers. So number wise, when you don't take out the District 2 into a rural community, Supervisor Vasquez may not want to represent a rural community, but we're county officials. We are rural communities. That's where we represent. We're not city officials. These are within the city. If it was to go out into the rural communities, we will all be able to represent the counties. Well, and not just be within the city. But in this scenario, just because of the way the population looks right now, the numbers, if you were to just take 59 and put it in 5, just see what it looks like. That's all I'm asking.
Okay, yeah, I can do that.
We're looking at numbers, and that's what we're doing.
Well, and I understand that, and with what he just did, we were all within the standard deviation, Supervisor Fowler.
I'm just saying that it would balance it more if it was to. Grand Canyon would make it, the Grand Canyon would be full if that was to happen.
So now your district is
now this balance out the population more to all of the districts, rather than it's more balanced. When you look at the population, you're looking at the numbers. It does not change the District 2, doesn't change District 3, doesn't change District 5. And with the work that everyone has put into it, now the population wise, it balances it out, and it keeps District 2, like it sounds like that's what I guess that's where the supervisors are going. The board is staying within the city of Flagstaff and not taking on the rural communities that I was saying, that I thought that it'd be really good to have it, all the districts, all the supervisors represent unincorporated communities. But this way, it stays within the city limits.
What stays within the city limits?
District 2.
Well, I would think District 2 would probably want to stay within the city limits. I'm sure we can hear from Supervisor Vasquez on that.
Sure.
But what that does is it does blow up a community of interest in District 1, and which is also one of our criteria. Well, it also does not maintain the traditional geographic or political boundaries, and it does not maintain the existing district to the extent possible. All of our criteria, where without Grand Canyon in there, we still meet the equal population with a 5% standard deviation. You and I can agree to disagree, but for me, it is not acceptable to remove the Grand Canyon and or Supai from each other or from District 1. And I think I've made that very clear in my opinion. So what I would like to see, if you would, in what you drew is per Supervisor Begay's request, and that is to come up with some numbers to include a Navajo Mountain and inscription house in a D proposal, which you did, and did come up with numbers that did meet that 5% standard deviation. So I hope that we can have that map presented to us. And if somebody else wants another map, they certainly can present it.
So if this is the hold on, this can be another map right here that was with the Grand Canyon in District 5. It balances out the population, and it does not, it balances out the population. This can be one of the maps. And the other map without the Grand Canyon can be another map. So when we're talking about introducing maps to the public, this is one of these two maps can be presented. Now, I still say that we are County Board of Supervisors, and I like to still see the District 2 and this District 2 supervisor cannot personalize himself into this map. It would be better if we all represented a rural community.
And if I had my choice, I would keep Fernwood Timberline. That's the area that I've already been representing, and due to the numbers and the way the growth is happening, cannot. And so I'm willing to look at options with going southwest to have some rural. The maps that have been shown, I just have not agreed with. But my preference to be rural would be to maintain Fernwood Timberline if possible. Unfortunately, I don't see a map that's provided that as an option.
That would be it would be map E.
Map E does not put Fernwood Timberline in District 2. It puts it in District 4.
Oh, yeah, that's where I was talking about how District 4 and District 2 the population needs to be balanced out. And that's where the Hispanic Latino communities in District 4 go, and it goes from District 2 into District 4.
I have a comment.
Yes, Supervisor Begay.
I think Steve had talked about earlier what they looked at and what some of the things, and our input was to to look out for these, and President has put on more numbers about scenario changes or whatever. So I really think that certain areas have to be maintained together. Let's say for we keep hearing that it can't be personalized, but the thing of it is we set the standards, or whatever we need to do in order to come up with this project. And so I just want to make sure, and I know what Geronimo's saying, Hispanic people should be, kind of, that's a community of interest. And for me, it's my Navajo population. I don't want to lose that. And so the other thing is that if the other one is like Grand Canyon, they should be hanging together. And then the rural down in the Blue Ridge area and stuff like that, we're saying we should all have a part of rural. Then it's going to start changing the demographics again. So I think we really need to be careful how we come up with certain maps to really, because we do have that standard deviation to work with, and I think we really need to look at that when we're looking at these. And to me, I think Geronimo is doing a good job with Timberline, and I have no qualms over that. It's just like separating my chapters, and just working with a very few of them, and things like that. Where he's got this, he knows what to do and how to help the people in that area. So likewise myself. So I think, we really need to keep community of interest together, people that are working together nearby, where they fit in with the other districts, those are things that we really need to look at. So I just want to make that comment again. Thank you.
I mean, really, with the exception of District 3 and trying to maintain Supervisor Ryan's traditional geographic and political boundaries, you know, F probably does the least damage to both Districts 1 and 2. So, you know, if in fact this was just, you know, something that was purely trying to maintain them, we would probably go with F, to be honest with you. And F also, as I recall, also brings in to provides what for 4 Inscription House and Navajo Mountain. So F is probably the one that's closest.
Okay. I'll go ahead and finally hop in. We're kind of going all over on it. You know, to be honest with you, I like what you've done with D in potential modification. I like what was there before. By the same token, you know, it begs the question, you know, I'm listening to Supervisor Fowler and I hear the discussion. Probability is, and it sounds like, you know, it may not make sense, but what if we sent the map out as, you know, another map, people comment on it, you know, we could, you know, I suspect I would see where conversation would go, but it just puts it out there. We put it out there for process and see what that type of effect is. I think we've worked through a lot of the conversation of what, you know, we're weighing or not weighing on it. We're trying to get it out to people so that we can get people's comments and that sense of community of interest. I think we'll probably hear quite a bit about on that. You know, the idea of, you know, and so this new version of D, there's either D or there's D, A, B, and, you know, first D, and then one other or two others is a possibility. I see A as, you know, going back to our conversations that we had earlier, you know, it's just not, it's not ranking in anybody's, that it's like, okay, go ahead and dismiss A, you know, that why put it out there if there's a probability that it'll be dismissed anyway. And you know, the key piece that we've done is, and you can see it's hard. We have these, you know, these conflicting, we're trying to accommodate all these interests and they come into conflict. You know, it's not bad conflict. It's just, we're trying to achieve multiple objectives, you know, to, you know, keep consistency for the sake of communities, while, you know, looking at priority amongst our people. So we put the maps out there, give people a chance to comment on them, come back. We've been through quite a bit of our conversation, but every once in a while, we're surprised of what comes in. Whoa, you know, hold a minute, we hadn't even thought about that. Somebody will come in with, or they can see what we're wrestling with, and it provides an opportunity for people to comment, and it helps us, you know, on what's happening. So that's kind of what I've processed so far, you know, for what I'm watching with the discussion where we are. We want to get the maps out there. I think you know, I think we're close enough that, you know, we probably can achieve that objective now.
Well, and I think you're right. I think in terms of A, A just doesn't seem to be anybody's favorite. The other, quite frankly, is C. Also doesn't, I guess, with one, I guess, exception, it isn't also up there either. And if we're going to add some, I would like to try to keep the options in with a manageable amount. At some point, you add so many options that you lose the forest from the trees. So I you know, it may just be that C is also not really in the ballpark of acceptable either. And if we're going to draw some additional ones, we may want to lose C as well. And, the other is that we do have a number of criteria. And I think that with D, we have really stretched trying to meet your needs, Matt, quite frankly. And if we're stretching to make your needs and it kind of adversely affects, the other precincts and the other communities of interest, so we've really got to take a look at how much we can stretch and still do it appropriately for our county. So just a thought.
Yeah, no, I hear you on that.
Yeah. Supervisor Fowler.
We have not eliminated C. C is another one that really works for District 2, District 4. So we have not eliminated C, and I don't think we can eliminate that. I think we need to, we have worked on, C has what D has just put together. The only thing it has is that it has that rural component that that D that was just put together. Ronimo says he would like to have, rather than fanning out, have the Fernwood as the community of as the community rural community, but C has not been ruled out yet. This is C and D are very similar, both of them. And the only thing is it has the rural component for the District 2, then it goes into the Forest Lake area. So that has not been eliminated yet. And it works for the Native American community. It increases that for District 4. So
Supervisor Vasquez, do you have any problem with?
Yeah, I just want to put out there that the one thing that's missing for me that we haven't had yet, that I think we're going to start getting on Saturday, is that public feedback and comment. I would like to hear from the public to see what are the thoughts on the preferred maps, because as you can see, we're playing these number games. We're going back and forth. We're trying to figure out what's the right fit, and unfortunately, it doesn't fit quite right. The pieces don't just fall in place easily, and every district's going to have to give something to gain something. And so I would really like to base my decision on that public feedback and see where the public is on this. And so I just want to maybe put the maps that we're proposing right now minus A, the modified D. I'm okay with C still being in contention just because I want to see what the public says. And then we still have 4 public comment sessions, and we can modify maps in between those comment sessions based on the feedback we get. And so at this time, just based on the conversation we've had, I really want to see what our community has to say about these maps before moving forward on some decisions.
Thanks, Supervisor Vasquez. Supervisor Begay, any further comments?
So I guess what we're gonna do is, are we still just only eliminating the A? And then.
Well, that's what we're asking, what your preference would be at this point.
I think with the scoring the scoring, everything, I think A is pretty much out of the question that I see. And so with the B, C, D, E, and F, I think that's something that let's see. The next one is probably C. And there's a comment that, let's see what the community says. So, and then there will be an additional D, a revised D. So I guess to me, I think that if we can even just take that one scenario off, it would be acceptable for me. the first one.
Very good.
And then just further continue or get maybe comments from the rest of the community as we have these sessions.
Thank you. Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah, actually, pretty much what Geronimo said, I'm okay with getting the maps out there to the community. We'll get feedback associated with them. I think a valuable discussion, it's hard in what we're trying to do right now. Staff's worked really hard to come up with scenarios. Let's get that feedback and as recommended, I think, that makes sense.
Are you okay for getting rid of A?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I've said that about 3 times now. So yeah.
And then we're going to add the D in with the change to 61 and 71, that first proposal that was done on D. And if we're doing that, are we going, so my question is, are we going to eliminate the original D? Because for me, the original D would not work unless we also add 61 and 71 to it. So I guess my question is, will we replace the original D? I know that Supervisor Fowler has another recommendation on D. I haven't gotten there yet. But will we then replace the original D with the new revised D that includes 51 and 61 in it?
Well, and as I saw, I thought it also shifted the populations further down, which had modifications. And there were 2 precincts in Flagstaff.
Correct.
Yeah, so it's I'm okay with that.
So and Geronimo, are you okay with the getting rid of D and putting the modified D in there? The modified D, which includes 51 and 61 and some other switching around some of the Flagstaff precincts for the numbers.
I'm okay with that.
Okay, and are you okay with that, Supervisor Begay?
Yes.
And are you okay with that, Supervisor Fowler?
Replacing the first map with this new D.
Yes.
D1, let's call it D1, yes.
Okay.
And then there's a D2 that needs to be.
Let's get this one done first. So we have a consensus then. We're removing A and we are removing D and we're replacing D with revised D, okay? Then we have Supervisor Fowler's D2, which will have to come up with another name, which takes the revised D and also takes the Grand Canyon in the revised D. And I'm gonna, Supervisor Vasquez, are you okay with adding new D2?
Yes, I'm okay with adding D2.
And Supervisor Begay, are you okay with adding D2?
Yes, just as long as, like I said, we discuss certain areas that making sure that if they're really working really close, like Timberline and Donny Park, that those remain the same. I would not like to see them separated.
And Supervisor Ryan, are you okay with adding D2?
I am.
Okay. All right. So we have a consensus that we are removing, and correct me if I'm wrong, everybody, we're removing A totally. D has been modified to D1. And we have a new D2. And we are keeping in existing B, existing E, and existing F. Is that the consensus I'm hearing from the board? Any objection to that?
Observation.
So we will then have six. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We will then have 6 options, just like we originally had. Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
So I'm just hearing what Supervisor Begay and Supervisor Vasquez had said to keep Fernwood in with Stony Park. I just want to make that observation. Not sure which map meets that. The only one that meets that is number E. And that's where, if that was to take place, you have to really look at District 4 with its District 4 and 2 and really look at those in that area. Because the Native American population drops there. It could be brought up in Flagstaff somewhere.
Okay, anybody else have any other comments?
So I do want to check, Madam Chair, I just want to double check with staff to confirm what we just heard. So Nate, did you have any questions? And I'll go to Sue.
I'm sorry, Nate, you go ahead, please.
Okay, yeah, sorry. So I have saved out both revised D1 and revised D2 that the board we had just put together. They are saved out. I am, from what I hear, scenarios A and the original scenario D will be removed from the current proposed scenarios, which I am just doing that now. And I just want to reassure everybody when I'm deleting, it's not going away forever. I'm just removing it from this story map. So just a little housekeeping. So now we have these 4 scenarios left, B, C, E, and F, and I will add tabs D1 and D2 once I clean up what I saved out, which should be by the end of the day. And then we can send out a updated map packet.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I didn't recall hearing a lot of discussion on C as in cow. Is C still in?
Well, you know, C is, to me, C becomes extraneous and not necessary, and nor is it up there, but it seems like none of my other supervisors felt that way. I see no reason for C personally. But that didn't seem to go over with the other supervisors. So it's there at this point, unless other people have other thoughts on it. Because of the changes we just made, I'm not sure why C is necessary, but you all let me know that.
I'll go ahead and weigh in real quick, Patrice, and it's more of, and I understand what you're saying. The more maps we have out there, the more people get confused. By the same token, we start, getting the maps down to a refined level. People want to have input also, and we've already processed a lot of this information. Maybe the pattern will probably go where we think it will go. But it's good to, just give the public a chance to comment on it. So that's kind of where my brain is on it. I see the efficiency associated with what you're talking about. It makes it more clear for people. But that's kind of how I'm processing right now.
Well, it seems like C is B2. Is the way I look at C, it's B2. So I don't understand why we're having it, but really that's a consensus we, the board, need to decide.
Did you say B2 or D2? D2.
D as in dog. D.
Okay. I got to look at it closer. and see the comparative. I didn't get to that point. See, it's too many maps. I'm getting confused here.
Well, and if we're getting confused, what is the public going to do?
Right. No, I hear you.
Is kind of what my concern is. So I think it's good to get rid of A. I think C was really, with one exception, was not high on anybody's list, and D2 really encompasses a lot of C. That's why I thought just we have D2, just eliminate C.
I'm okay with leaving C only because it does include the rural part for D2, and I want to see what the public says on that. With that said, I'm not a big fan of C, but I do want to get the public input on it.
Okay. Anybody else?
An observation from Nate is B as in, well, if we get rid of B, because F is B with Navajo. Nate, can you explain that real quick? I'm sorry to put you on the spot.
Sorry about that. Yeah. If there was any other scenarios to clean up, I guess my suggestion would be, so the difference between scenario B and scenario F is that scenario F has Navajo Mountain and Inscription House, which seems to have some consensus about being in District 4. So that is the only difference between those scenarios. So you could conceivably get rid of scenario B because it's scenario F with Inscription House and Navajo Mountain. So just as a point for discussion, or if you want to clean up some of these scenarios further, like that would be the most logical.
I see that too, and I think that would be a logical exclusion as well.
I would agree, Madam Chair.
I would agree, Madam Chair.
Now, is that for district, you're saying to get rid of B and F? Is that what you said?
No, let me clarify. Sorry, Supervisor Fowler. So scenario, I would suggest maybe removing scenario B. As you can see on the screen, I can show you scenario B.
I agree.
Okay, and then if you look at scenario F, all it does is add, Navajo Mountain Inscription House.
Yes.
All right.
So we'll drop.
I'm okay with that, removing B.
All right, so we have
We're done.
Supervisor Begay,
We're done.
Supervisor Ryan.
I agree.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
Okay, all right, very good.
Okay.
So we have 5 maps, is that correct?
6.
I believe that is correct, Madam Chair. Would you like me to read them out one more time?
Sure.
The remaining maps to be moved forward for public consideration are Map C, Map D1, Map D2, Map E, and Map F.
Very good, thank you. Any other comments or suggestions?
Yeah, I'll provide comment. Oh, good job, Madam Chair. This is a hard one. It's always hard to work through these. So, it's good that it's going out to public. And just probably the question would be back to Steve. You feel comfortable with the going out to public? And then the other pieces, have we agreed upon those dates? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Mr. Ryan, Chair Horseman. After board comments, I do want to go over our slides for the public hearing on Saturday, and it will show the flow of the discussion, because there are some there's some options within the format that we would like some feedback on. So after board observations, Madam Chair, I can go through those slides. And Nate, I think you can unshare right now. If I think we're good. There we go. We can see each other. So after board comments, Madam Chair, I'll go with the slides.
Very good. Any other comments, members of the board? You know, I just review, I'm assuming that with the, and I think it's already there, but with the additional maps, I'm assuming the criteria as agreed to by the board, that I think was Amendment 1, wasn't that in our work study session on last week, will be included. You know, obviously people have all kinds of ideas in their mind as to what they may or may not prefer, but we as a board have set our criteria. So I think it's important that that criteria be well set forth, you know, on our website and also with our maps.
So Madam Chair, shall I can just run by this through the slides real quick if I could.
Sure. Sure.
So again, for purposes of the meeting on Saturday, let me go back up to the beginning. So this is the virtual public input session on Saturday. We'll be using the same slides. The agenda, the chair will provide opening comments on the purpose and why we're all here today. From there, staff, myself and others will provide this, and we'll see this, I'll show the slides in a moment. The legal framework, chronology, and the background as we presented to the board last week. The mapping guidelines, and this of course is as you spoke to just a moment, the guidelines are important because that's where we base our recommendations from. And here's so number 4 is an option here. So 4 is we go through the description of the scenarios, and we've done it a couple of times. It's a process. It takes some time to go through and go from a precinct basis to say precinct 19 goes to district whatever. When we had the discussion last week, we had the presentation based on the district and then the precinct. Now, what I want to offer for input from you all is that the general public may be looking at this from the standpoint of, I am now currently in precinct, whatever. Where is my representation through the scenario? So again, their frame of reference, I'm suggesting, not accurate, but it's just a suggestion, is that they're looking at this from a precinct basis rather than a district basis. And so with that, how we describe the changes in each of the scenarios, one approach would be is that we would just do that. We would go down the list of precincts and how those precincts are placed in different districts. But again, I'm going to stop and just listen, because again, how the general public may view things may be different. But again, we just want some input from the board on this.
So Steve, I thought that we had, all of the maps show the district boundaries.
Yes.
And they show the district boundaries by precinct.
Yes.
And then I know that we had, I'm not going to be able to find it right offhand. We had that sheet that broke down.
Right, this one right here.
Yeah, there it is. That's it. So can't we include both?
Yeah, this will be posted to the website. So so this information, but when you say included, you include it in the presentation?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, similar to.
And so then you'd have it both ways, and as Supervisor Ryan points out, and he's 100% correct, people think differently, their brain functions differently. So where many people will be looking to their district as part of their community of interest, some may look at, hey, here's my precinct. I don't know where everybody else is, but where am I? Right. So if we did it that way, County Manager Peru, I think then we'd have both people or both different ways of looking at things in the same sitting, if that makes sense.
Because as we're describing it, Nate is going to be showing it on the screen based on here's the precinct and zooming in on that. And then Sue had another suggestion, is that since we're talking about the public the various levels of awareness of the different precincts, we might go into a little more detail in terms of describing, okay, precinct 18 lies in, just general description. We'll be showing it on the map, but we're not going to get an in-depth description, but just giving a frame of reference to the public that precinct, whatever number, is located in East Flagstaff around the 4th Street area. And then Nate is still zeroing in on that. So, again, what we're trying to do is benefit the public as much as possible as their input session. And therefore taking a few more steps to really provide a more deeper understanding of what those precincts look like and the change of those precincts based on the scenarios. So again, we'll be doing that. So
Yeah,
then,
that makes sense.
okay. From there, so review of the mapping to scenarios as we just talked about, and then questions from the board and discussion on scenarios. These are your comments and questions because we've not yet gone to the public we haven't opened the public discussion yet, but the board discusses scenarios just like we did right now. And then from there, we opened up the public comment discussion.
So if I may, on that, Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
So, and I hear you, Steve, and yet we just went through, we've been through a number of public discussion components. The maps are out there, and my thoughts are, give the presentation, chair opening comments, staff gives presentation, let public comment after that. And then we can bring it back to discussion. Oh, look at these observations or whatever it may be on that. But, it's kind of the opportunity for the public, I guess, is what my thought. But, maybe you're processing differently in this work. Just some observations.
Madam Chair and Supervisor Ryan, that was the other option when we were talking about it at the staff level today, is to say that all of the maps are on the website. We provide the opportunity, of course, from the very beginning for the public. Of course, right after we posted the scenarios, they're out there for your review. You can zoom in, you can look at it in a number of different ways. Based on your opportunity to absorb at your pace. Generally, what input would you want to provide to the County Board of Supervisors related to our redistricting efforts? Now, speaking to the community of interest, so they're speaking broadly. It's not the unintended consequence, but the impact of describing the districts and what we would do, as I just described, is that your questions are going to come. Your observations are going to come, a lot of questions on, well, why this precinct here, why precinct? It's going to be very micro in terms of the public comment, which is okay. I mean, that's the intent of the public input process, but we might get consumed with and commenting on receiving comments on specific precinct changes, as opposed to, generally speaking, this is what I think the board should take into consideration. My community of interest is X, and I want to be, maintaining my community of interest, and not so much at the deep level. So again, I think what you're suggesting, Supervisor Ryan, provides, more of a broad observation. If we go right to the public comment from after the staff goes through the slides, and then see what transpires there.
Supervisor Begay, you had your hand up.
Yes, two things. I know a lot of people don't know their precinct sometimes, and we do have precinct 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 29, and then others 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, all the way down. And the areas that, for quick reference, I'm not sure if it would be possible to have the staff put where that precinct 1 is, and then just put it in parentheses next to where it is. And that will be for a quick reference. I'm thinking that way because they're going to say, I vote in Donny or NAU, and they're not going to say I'm in district or precinct 2, 3 or whatever. So I think, yeah, I don't know if that would be a good idea. The other thing is, I think through this session, number 5, I think we really need to be careful about discussing certain things in there. And I think we should, it says questions from BOS and discussions. I think we're going to open a can of worms, and we're going to be there forever. And I think we should just be there to really listen and get the public comments and we want to be making sure that, we're there listening, not providing any kind of information but if they have questions, then, we can probably have, I don't know, but anyway, I'm just kind of struggling with the discussion portion of it, I guess is what it is.
Anybody else? Otherwise I'll chime in and say I agree with both Supervisor Ryan and also Supervisor Begay. I know we're somewhat taking a lesson from the IRC playbook, and if we in fact are, the really intent and purpose of these public meetings, public discussions is to get public input. It's not for us to continue our debate. And it really is to hear from members of the public. We will continue our debate, and that debate will more likely be at the next Board of Supervisors meeting when this is discussed. But this really is intended for members of the public to be able to give their input in the way they see, whether, are they talking about communities of interest, they talk about their precincts, they talk about, hey, this person's represented me for 24 years and I want him to continue to represent me or whatever. I mean, it's really for the time to get public input and not to continue our discussion or our debate. So I don't see that 5 is really appropriate. I would like to see review of mapping scenarios and public comment. And then in terms of closing comments, I don't even want to hear board discussion or closing comments. I think the closing comments can come from the county manager or come from Deputy County Manager Sue Brown. And we keep this a public input meeting.
Okay.
That's my thoughts.
So we'll drop 5. And then the review of mapping scenarios, kind of going back to, are we going to go into a deep description of the scenarios, or just to assume,
I agree with Supervisor Ryan on that as well. These things have been published. They are on the website. The maps are there. I think that if you include on that website those break down the various options by precinct so they can see that, I think members of the public should be able to do that. And then Supervisor Begay mentioned, a lot of people, they don't really know their precinct or where that fits in. There is a map. I know I got it off the county that shows, the precincts by neighborhood. So to the extent that some of those precincts are also identified by neighborhood, you could in that breakdown of precincts include the precinct number and the precinct neighborhood name. For example, you got Swiss Manor, right? You've got Mountain Shadows, you've got the Upper Green Law, you've got Lower Green Law, you've got Flagstaff Townships and La Plaza Vieja. And if you can put those precincts with the community names, if they have one.
Yeah.
I'm not sure all of them do, but I think most of them do. Cherry Hill, Downtown Flag, that kind of thing. And I know there's a map, I don't know if you can see this, but there is a map that I got a long time ago off the county website. So anyway, just a thought for what Supervisor Begay indicated.
I just wanted to throw my 2 cents about the public comment and the board discussion. I agree that we should avoid public board discussion during the public comment, because we don't want our comments overshadowing the public forum and giving the public the opportunity to voice their concerns and have as many opinions out there as possible. Plus, if we do have our discussion, we might start influencing some of that public comment. Whereas as of right now, we've posted what our preferred maps are, and now's the time to give the public the opportunity to voice their concerns. We can take that feedback, and then when we meet again at a board meeting, then we can continue that conversation based on that new feedback. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes. Mhm.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I just wanted to suggest that in the event, as we start to take public comment, that if we do find that a bit more explanation about the changes to the precincts that happened in October, and again, after IRC happens, in particular, if you look at the long list of the precincts, you'll note the different colors. Those are precincts that have changed in size, or they've been renamed, or they've been split or merged. So if we do start to get a lot of questions about that, I would take from the board's comments that clarifications like that are perfectly fine in our comments, and that we can play it by ear, if it were, as we move forward to make sure the most clear information for the public to give their comment is available.
Yeah, and Deputy County Manager Brown, that's not discussion, that's just answering questions, and I would assume that does not come from the board, that comes from staff.
Thank you.
Any other comments, discussions, concerns?
I will
Everybody,
just say, Madam Chair, great job, everyone. So that sounds like we're getting prepared. So thank you, Madam Chair.
onward. Onward.
Good job, everybody.
It's every 10 years. Woo-hoo.
For good reason.
That's good. And so Madam Chair, on Saturday, as all things, the first time we tried, it's the first pancake. I always use the analogy. It may not look perfectly round, but it tastes okay. So, we will certainly do all we can to make sure that the Saturday session is all that it's meant to be. But we will learn from that first try.
The first tortilla.
That's always that I can relate to that better. Again, we certainly will make sure that this is the public's opportunity, and will be for the next 4 weeks to provide input. And so we'll make this a value add opportunity for them, so that they feel that their time spent with us was meaningful and impactful. So thank you.
And I think it's important that the staff and us, when we put this out on our social media sites too, so the sooner we can get these revised maps and our revisions out, the better, because I know a lot of us have been trying to put this out on our social media sites, which I think is going to be important to try to get people interested. I mean, the IRC had a hard time getting people at these hearings. I don't know what that's going to mean for us, but at least that's kind of a way to get them out there on our sites. So appreciate that. And then I think it's really important to underscore over and over again on our social media sites, on the county website, and at all these hearings, that they do have an option to provide their comments on the districts, on the county's websites, because there are people who sometimes don't like to speak in public. And there are people who may not be able to attend any of these hearings, but let's get it out there. They've got opportunities to respond.
And with that, Madam Chair, I might modify the agenda to do a quick screen share of our website, so that folks that are zooming in can see, this is our website, and this is the storyboard, and this is where you can, just a quick minute just to go down that, so that, and drive folks to that, saying, please go to the website, see the maps, give us your input, and all the things that you just described.
Just if I may, Madam Chair, on that, actually, if ever, that's an opportunity we do miss when we're doing our Zoom meetings, Steve, is just, you could have it writing down just a very small subscript, rather than you post it one time during a meeting and then people try and write it down or capture it, or if they're watching, that kind of thing. So just a thought.
Yeah, to flashback, say, here's the address for our.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on, it's right under Patrice, it's there the whole time,
I'll check with our Zoom masters here to see if we can do ribbon. Telephone, please text AA, super helpful.
And I think all of us are going to at least the board members, things of course come up, but I think all of us are going to try to make it to all of the public hearings, meetings. So.
And we'll also do a roll up of the comments. soon after each of the hearings, as opposed to waiting and kind of doing a cumulative, here's all that, you know, you receive, but after each one, we'll do a roll up of that public input so you can kind of absorb that as.
Good.
All right. It is 3:59, Madam Chair, 1 minute to spare before our next item. We probably should have a.
I think as Supervisor Ryan would say, it's time for a bio break.
All right.
All right. 5 minutes all? 5 minutes, okay?
Thank you.
Siri,
Yes.
who else do you need to be promoted as panelist?
So we're gonna have Mark Reeder. And let me see at the attendees list if okay, so Omar. Let me see. As they join, maybe they can let you know if there's anyone else. Those are the only names I see
Okay.
initially, but I think there might be one more.
Okay.
Hi, Siri.
Hi, Omar. Do we have everyone, or are there others from your group that we talked about?
So I think Mark and I and Lucy Coleman may join.
Just to note, this is a public meeting. Sorry, I just saw confidential up there and
Of course, we understand.
okay, thank you.
I see Mark is on.
Omar, do you need Claude elevated as well?
Yeah, let's elevate Claude.
Do you see that, Lindsay?
Yep, I've got it.
Thanks.
And then Lucy Coleman would be probably joining us as well.
Okay, I'll keep an eye out for Lucy to make Lucy a panelist.
I'm gonna just go close my door because so it doesn't echo.
I'm good. Hi, Siri. This is Mark. Can you see the PowerPoint? Just doing a double check.
Hi, Mark. Yes, it looks good.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
I found this on the web for this. Is Mark, can you see the PowerPoint?
Yeah, Lucy's joining right now.
Just
Mark?
Hello, Omar.
Hey.
Hi, Claude. I'll go ahead and run this. I'll run this slide, Omar, once we get started, okay?
Fantastic.
Thank you.
How is everyone in Coconino today?
Well, I think everybody's on a bio break right now, so there might not be anyone to answer you.
Good afternoon, Omar and Mark. good to see you.
Hi, nice to see you again.
We just had a long afternoon, so we'll all be back momentarily.
Understood. Entirely understand.
Thank you. Siri, are you sharing?
No, I think that is Mark who has the screen up.
Okay, Mark, can we pull down the item until the board returns so that the chair can do a head count?
Sure can. I will stop share. How's that?
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Mark, how are you doing?
Hello, Steve. Good afternoon.
Everyone else.
Hi, Mark Reader. Long time no see.
Hello, Patrice. How are you?
I'm good.
You never know when your paths are going to cross again. So you always want to leave the path to make sure that everything was cool, because you never know.
Well, Steve and Patrice, you never want to make anybody mad, do you?
Nope. Nope, not in your business, Mark, or my former business, or really, quite frankly, in the Board of Supervisors.
Every now and then it happens, but not very often. Patrice, I was on the phone today with Window Rock Unified.
There you go. They've gone through a lot of changes up there, Mark.
They sure have. We're doing about a $25 million impact aid revenue bond for them for some much needed improvements.
Good, good.
So,
you know, I remember when that high school was built, and you know, that was just I call it the new high school. It's over 30 years old.
yeah.
In many places, that is a new high school.
Well, that's true, especially up there.
Yeah. You know, it was funny, Patrice. It was really neat to see the basketball game up there between the ASU women and the Baylor women. I don't know if you saw that on TV on the new, you know, basketball arena that we helped them finance. So that was really proud of that.
That's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's such a huge community, you know, draw, and such a big part of that community up there. So it's nice. It's a beautiful, beautiful part of Window Rock. So, and of course, Ganado has a similar one. So.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I see Matt, and I see Vice Chair Vasquez, and I see Supervisor Fowler. I did get a text from Supervisor Begay, and she basically is going to sign off and not take part in the rest of our special session nor in the regular session, and take some time for herself and for her family. So I think we've got everyone from the board, and County Manager, do we have everyone from staff that we need?
Madam Chair, we are ready to go, and I'm going to, with regard to teeing this up, I'm going to give this, with your permission, directly to Siri Mullaney, our CFO, to present the item and to introduce our team that are with us today.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. So we are here today to talk about our Arizona State retirement system. This is the retirement system that applies to most of our county employees, in particular those county employees who are not otherwise employed in a public safety type capacity that would fall under the other plans we've discussed with you in the past. There are some differences in the Arizona State retirement system in terms of how it's managed, but there's also some legislation pending that would allow us to be creative and save the taxpayers some money if we were to look at an alternative funding mechanism for our plan liability. So with that in mind, I just want to introduce our partners with Stifel. We have Mark Reeder, Omar, let's see, I see Lucy and Claude. They're all here. I believe they'll all be tag teaming, but really they'll be taking the bulk of this presentation. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to them if you don't mind.
Okay, well, thank you, Siri. Can you all see the PowerPoint here in front of you? Everybody see that? Okay, great, thank you. This is Mark Reeder, members of the board. It's a pleasure to spend a little bit of time with you this afternoon. As you recall, we all worked together on the successful sheriff pension refinancing, the PSPRS transaction together, I think about a year ago. And we've completed a number of those, I think, as the board is aware. And since then, we've been in touch with the ASRS program, and they had reached out to us and to see if we had any ideas as it relates to the ASRS pension plan. As you know, ASRS is what they call a cost sharing plan, unlike PSPRS, where all of the assets and all of the liabilities are in a big pot. And so working closely with Omar and our Chicago colleagues, working closely with ASRS, ASRS has developed a new program. And as indicated here on the cover page, we call it the Contribution Pre-Funding Program. And so we've been working closely with staff, bringing them up to speed on the transaction structure. And the purpose of this evening is for us to go ahead and go through this information with you and answer any questions that the board might have. So with that, what I'm going to do is turn it over to my colleagues in Chicago, our pension experts, Omar Dagestani, and Omar is going to walk you through some slides here that we trust is helpful to you relative to this program. So Omar, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Hey, thanks very much, Mark. Thank you, Madam Chair, County Manager Peru, CFO Mullaney, and supervisors. Really appreciate the chance to talk with you this afternoon, this evening. As has been said, one, congratulations on your PSPRS financing. Obviously, a great opportunity for the county to realize long-term value and to take control of your PSPRS liability. In this instance, ASRS, as you know, is a cost-sharing plan. And traditionally, this is something that you weren't able to pre-fund. You basically get your contribution rate that the county pays 12.22% as to do all of your employees. And because it's a pool, you had a net, the ASRS is a well-run plan, but, due to things like people living longer and largely due to people living longer, the ASRS has had a funded ratio of about in the low 70s, meaning that it has a shortfall of the amount that it needs on an aggregate basis of about $13 billion as shown in the net present liability. And there's a variety of measures for funding status, but net present liability is the true market snapshot of what it is today with actual market value of assets as well as actual actuarial and so forth assumptions. Now, in speaking with Director Mattson and ASRS, there is a plan that is being proposed through 1082 that has advanced through the House that if enacted would allow you to pre-fund your contributions relative to your proportional share of your unfunded pension liability, which is currently just above $50 million. And, to put that in context that, that's your Coconino County slice of the 13 billion unfunded. That $50 million behaves like debt. It is statutorily and constitutionally obligated and has an accounting interest rate of 7% per year at which that unfunded accrues. We'll talk a little bit about what you can, as a county, can do to help address that more efficiently. Page 2, please. This is not news. This is something that you find currently shown in your financial statements. And obviously there's a little bit of timing mismatch. And I think in your financial statements, rather than the net pension liability, I think you show actually the AVA, UAL. There's, again, as I mentioned, a few measures. But again, this is something that is long-standing. This is nothing new. Next page, please. So I think I alluded to it a little bit earlier. Why did this happen? Why, how did we get here for ASRS? Because if you were to look over any historical period, you would find that, in fact, ASRS has done very well on investments, beating both its benchmarks and generally beating its assumed earnings rate over any prolonged period of time. In fact, I think when we tried to even find a 20 or 30-year period, even if you included the 2008 financial crisis and the dot-com bubble and so on and so forth, even when you include periods that include both of those, you'll still find that ASRS over the long term has performed very well, obviously with the ups and downs of the market. So largely this is something that people have been living longer, which is great news for all of us as Americans. It is not great news for pension math. And you'll find that longevity has increased over the last 20 years by a couple of years, which again is great, but has hurt those numbers and largely been a driver of that. To the extent that interest rates on bonds have become lower, that has also depressed earnings on the bond side of the portfolio. But the primary factor really there is that longevity. Next page, please, Mark. So this, again, it gives you an idea of your proportionate share, which is currently relative to the net pension liability. And we could go through all of the accounting for all of those things, but it's the measure that the ASRS has chosen to define your ability to participate. And again, you have just under 51 million there relative to the overall pool of just over 13 billion unfunded. Next page, Mark. Thank you. So we talked a little bit about where do your contributions come and go for, and this is probably a refresher. I know you guys are very conversant in ASRS, but just as a refresher, every year as a cost share plan, you and the other 540 some employers that participate in ASRS are assigned a contribution rate. And that contribution rate is split evenly between employees and employer. So for each staff member or employee of the county, there's an aggregate contribution rate of 24.44%, which splits evenly to the 12.22% per dollar of payroll. Now, that's sort of where it comes from. And interestingly enough, where it goes to, just about 60% of that goes to normal cost, meaning that 60% of that contribution rate is funding the benefit associated with a year of service of that employee. 40% is addressing the unfunded. And in fact, if we go to the next page, we'll see just how much that's grown. So again, if you remember, I talked about over the last 20 years, people are living longer. Great news for all of us, lousy news for pension math. If you go back 20 years ago, ASRS was actually overfunded and in fact had an aggregate contribution rate of just about 5%. is you'll see over time, if you follow that yellow line, it has gone up all the way up to 24.44%. And this is something that ASRS sees and recognizes and wants employers like the county to be able to manage on the most efficient basis possible. And those red bars, by the way, are that portion of the contribution rate that is unfunded. And you'll see that that's been growing. Again, it's an expensive debt. If the county had a debt that had 7% on it, it would be, it's your most expensive liability that you have currently. After the PSPRS, which you've already pre-funded, to generate expected savings. And so if you're to look at this, the blue bars are your normal cost, and those will always be there. Those will always be associated with a current year of service for participation in ASRS for employees. And you'll see that that's actually been relatively stable over time, which again, I think speaks to the structural design of ASRS. Unlike PSPRS, you don't have the sort of structural challenges that they had at one point. And this is something that has been relatively stable. So the question is, how do we control the red? So we'll go to the next page and take a look at that. It's actually on one hand, there's a lot of sort of modeling behind it, but it's actually kind of easy. If you decide to borrow and participate in the contribution pre-funding program, you could borrow at what we estimate currently to be 3.74%. Use those proceeds to pre-fund your proportionate share of the ASRS liability, the $50.8 million. Deposit those with ASRS, and in exchange for that deposit, you will receive an offset credit, and that offset credit can be applied over the next 25 years, or whatever matches your amortization period that you choose, and offset whatever your contributions are. Why that's so important? That helps put the value of your $50 million, the county's $50 million, and it keeps it on the county's books. So the moment that you hand over that money, you get a written agreement with ASRS, and that says, look, here's your offsets over these future years. Now, two things in terms of how these offset credits are calculated. Because you're applying it all up front, you get the benefit of interest. Now, there's two ways that you can do it. You can do it with what's known as the risk-adjusted fixed accrual rate, which is a bit of a mouthful. I'm actually practicing. And that's more or less the guaranteed fixed rate of 5.5%, which is what's anticipated. It may be a little bit higher or lower, depending on what ASRS announces when and if this program is to come to pass. The second choice is the Aurora, which is the actual rate of return accrual amount. And that, as it suggests, is the actual you ride up and down with ASRS's returns. You can also do combinations of both, and we've discussed those possibilities with CFO Mulaney. And I think there's actually some interesting ways that you could find a risk return profile that would maximize the benefits for the county to achieve budgetary savings. But let's take a look at, and actually before we move on, I just want to stop, Madam Chair, and see if there are questions from you or the supervisors or any of the staff.
Members of the Board of Supervisors, any questions? Any questions or comments at this time? It looks like you can proceed. So thank you so much. It's pretty clear. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let's take a look at what this would look like if you decided to proceed on a go-forward basis. And again, this is one example. There's obviously refinements in structure that could be had. So in this particular instance, you would be able to provide a $51 million contribution to ASRS and have your offset credit. And you would achieve on a guaranteed basis the green bars, right? And so that would be about $7.2 million or 14%. Now, what's different here relative to the PSPRS transaction is in this example, you're actually locking in the difference between 5.5 and 3.74%. And so it actually becomes, well, and in fact, this probably does have a little bit of Aurora in it as well. But it becomes savings, right? For anything that has the guaranteed savings in there, the RAFA, if you're just comparing 50 to 3.74, this is something that starts to look a lot like a fixed rate refunding. We can go to the next page and just show you what those cash flows actually look like on an annual basis. So what does that mean for the county? Specifically, it means about $500,000 of guaranteed savings per annum. Obviously, that stub year, we could adjust up or down. And these are numbers that you can shift if you said, gee, we really want to accelerate the repayment. As you'll see, we've actually shortened up the repayment by 2 years already. You could shorten that up a little bit more. You could move the savings forward or backward to achieve whatever pattern is desired by, directed by CFO Mullany and County Manager Peru and otherwise. But the bottom line here is this is as close to free money as there is if you're to take the RAFA and the guaranteed rate. Now, granted, there's some ways that you could potentially have a little bit more of savings, but as a baseline, it would be hard to imagine a world in which you didn't want to take that 500,000 per annum of savings that could be applied to the county and as you deem appropriate. So I'll stop there again, and Madam Chair, and see if there are questions or comments or discussion.
Members of the board, any comments, questions, discussion?
No, this is good. Yeah. Except I might not be alive at the end dates here, though, Madam Chair.
I wish you wouldn't say that. Madam Chair, real quickly, Armar and your team, if you could speak to, the lending rate, the volatility in the market, doing what everyone in America is doing around the world right now is looking at world events and seeing, okay, what is the volatility in the markets? Because the reason I say that is because I think the conclusion, assuming if the recommendation of the board is to proceed, is timing is everything, and we may be looking at a sooner than later opportunity just based on the volatility that we're seeing in the market. So if you and your team could comment on that, that'd be great.
Thank you, Manager Peru. And it is really the $1 million question, or perhaps the $50 million question, right? You can't turn on a TV without seeing, all of the difficult things happening in the world abroad, with war and otherwise that are impacting markets. Relative, and of course, those are big topics. Relative to the market, I would simply suggest, we've seen some improvement in treasuries, but if I was to look at 2022, I think this will be a period of great volatility, with rates going up and down, with credit spreads going up and down. We've seen more movement in these first couple of months than certainly we saw in prior years, and there is an upward bias. So I would agree with your concern that timing is of the essence. Frankly, the sooner you couldn't do this soon enough, or at least I'll put it another way, be ready to do it soon enough, such that if you decided, hey, look, this is a program we wanted to do, and move forward, this is 1082 is expected to be signed into law within the next few weeks, which so you could potentially do a transaction as early as April, if you decided, or maybe even a little sooner. That'd be the soonest. And personally, if I were sitting in your chair, I want to at least be in the position to be ready to go in April, such that if the market was good at that moment, I wouldn't press my luck. I would hit it. At the same time, if you're ready to go and you don't like the moment at that time, you have more bites at the apple, right? You know, that maybe May is better or June is better. Whereas if you took a more measured schedule, which I certainly understand in a more neutral market, you have less bites at the apple. And to my view, I would want that. You know, in today's world, this works. And frankly, I would like to say, you know, the rates we've presented, we've tried to be conservative, i.e., a little bit on the high side, not because that benefits us, but rather from a decision-making perspective. We don't want to come tell you 3.74 and then have it be, you know, or we don't want to come tell you, oh, we think it's going to be 350 and then comes back at 4. You know, we don't want to be wildly off, but there is a lot of movement in the market, and I do think timing matters. I would reflect. I lead our practice nationally for pensions, and we're working with folks across the country, and most people are looking to go, or at least be prepared to go as soon as possible. So I think that would be a fair strategy for the county.
Thank you, sir. Madam Chair, back to you.
Any other questions or comments on that? And thank you, Omar. We appreciate getting your input on this.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
It looks like no other questions. Please proceed.
Thank you so much. So I think we've talked about the benefits. You know, again, look, this is a great mechanism for ASRS to improve their funded ratio. And to the extent that they do that overall, over time, one would anticipate it should impact the county indirectly as well, in terms of as the funded ratio improves, you would expect that contribution rates will decrease. Now, a cool thing about the offset credit, I find it very exciting at least, is the fact that even if you said, look, the funded ratio just went up to 100 somehow, you still have that offset in your pocket. You're still going to realize those savings, whether the funded ratio of ASRS is 72%, 102%, or 52%. You're going to realize those savings relative to that. Similarly, if the county is to increase its number of employees or decrease its number of employees, you would still be able to realize those dollar amounts because you're managing this portion of the liability. So again, I think it's a nice way that you can lock in some good value for the county with a really low risk. And if I was to put the risks out there, we could go to the next page, Mark. When I think we've talked a little bit about the mechanics here, we'll go one more page to risks. Oh, I guess, there we go. Thank you. The primary risk here, and there's obviously a lot on the page, but relative to an ASRS transaction, the big risk is written agreement risk, right? So if we were looking at an offering document, the big thing is, does ASRS honor its agreement to provide that offset credit? Now, by way of raising that risk, I'm not suggesting that I see any evidence of ASRS doing anything other than honoring its agreement, because they've gone to great lengths and actually expense to help pioneer this program, where they put staff and a project manager. But to me, that would be the primary risk if you were to use the RAFR. To the extent that you use any of the Aurora with the actuals, you obviously have investment return risk associated with that, and you'll see that highlighted in green. Some of the other risks that are out there, things like actuarial risk or the employer's proportionate share moving, those are risks that you already bear as part of being an ASRS, whether or not you do this transaction. So that's largely one of the things I would think about, and we could just we could go back to the financing schedule. So again, there, we talked a little bit about timing. Obviously, this is looking at, if you're to do this on July 1. From a financing perspective, to the extent you can consider, if you want to move forward with this, to the extent that you're able to move sooner, at least be in a position to move sooner. I personally, that's what I would probably want to see. And then, you're looking at obviously the normal bonding process by which you go to the rating agencies, put out a POS, have a marketing period, and then wire the funds. So with that, I don't know if there are any other questions or comments, or Mark, if you wanted to add anything else relative to schedule or process.
No, I might just add on the schedule, if the county was interested, we had shared with staff, Madam Chair, members of the board, that Pinal County has elected to move forward with this. We actually have their public hearing next Wednesday, which, as you know, we have to kick off the 11-391 public hearing, followed by a resolution on a parallel track. So I would just add that in their case, if the Senate bill is approved with an emergency clause, we could be in the market in about 6 weeks for them. So we had shared with staff doing a similar calendar for Coconino County if there's interest by the board to move forward.
Steve, can I ask, is there a recommendation from staff on the proposal to move forward?
Yes, Madam Chair, and I'm going to ask Siri to also weigh in, but staff is recommending that we proceed with the necessary process to initiate. But I want to kind of stop at that and provide Siri the opportunity to fill in some of the blanks with regard to the county's position relative to how we look at the issuance and the debt, looking at our basically our credit rating, because we are still an organization that at some point would be relying on a credit rating for capital, other needs. And so it's kind of, I kind of liken this, we all liken this to our own personal, financial picture, looking at debt and what is the advantage of it, whether kind of we look at this as like a home equity loan in terms of what we're trying to do, pay down other things. And so I do that because, number one, I'm not a big finance person. I kind of I need to look at it in terms of how I would do this if it were my own bank account. But I want to ask Siri to kind of bump up the level of sophistication from what I just described to what matters most here at the county.
Thank you, County Manager Peru and Chair Horseman. It's really hard for me not to say no one's ever asked me to bump up the level of sophistication ever. So this is a first. Thank you.
That's why you're the CFO and I'm not.
So I do want to echo Steve's recommendation that we get direction from the board to move forward, because there are some pieces we need to put into place to start the public hearing process. We would have to do a notice and things. We wouldn't have to decide right now. First of all, even if the board, chooses to do a final vote to move forward at all, that would be at a future meeting, but getting direction now is important to proceed and provide more information. We also could wait to determine if we wanted to do the guarantee or the RAFR, as Omar referred to it, or do, a full risk based on actual rate of return, or some, blended amount in between there. And we can bring that forward as well for direction in the future, run some scenarios and see what that looks like. In terms of our overall debt capacity, so one of the things about this, as also was shared early on, is that this liability is already presented on our financial statements. We already have this as an obligation. So as we are able to restructure it, if you will, and guarantee some savings, it will help us overall and have better financial presentation. So that's the good news on that. And then in terms of overall debt, because we did just proceed with a restructure for the public safety retirement system that included revenue bonds, we recognized at the time that we were using some of our general fund revenues as pledged revenue for that. But we were very far below the requirement that we had in that. And I'm sure, Mark can elaborate on that, but even with, if we were to fold this in terms of how it affects our debt capacity, it still leaves us plenty of debt available if we were looking to move forward with something, whether it's a facilities master plan or had, something else that came up on the horizon. This does leave us sufficient capacity without significantly impacting the rate that we would receive, is my understanding. But Mark, if you want to fill in any blanks on that, that would be appreciated.
Yeah, thank you, Sari. Madam Chair, members of the board. As you recall, when we did our sheriff pension refinancing last year, we had about 46 million of pledged revenues, if you remember. The county's doing very well financially. And that was really the only public debt the county currently has, right? So we went out and did a public bond issue, and we created some debt covenants that would allow the county really to leverage up to about $23 million in debt, which we know you would never do. And we've only got about $1.3 million, if you remember, level debt service on the sheriff financing, the sheriff PSPRS refinancing. And so we wouldn't come anywhere close to the 23 million, which means that we have sufficient capacity to do the ASRS transaction at about 51 million and plenty of additional capacity for the county in the future if you want to pursue a capital improvement bond issue for your county. So you're in very, very good shape in terms of your bond covenants.
Thank you. Always good to get good news. That's all I can say.
So, Madam Chair, again, our recommendation, we're not posted for action today, but direction to staff from me based on our conversation is to proceed to start to review some of the process steps and bring this back to the board for an official action with the required steps better outlined for the board's consideration.
Yes, thank you, County Manager. And I would agree with the recommendation to proceed to bring this to a review process, bring back to the board. We are living in very volatile times, and we, as was recommended, moving forward gives us more of an opportunity to have more bites at the apple. I like that. I like that we are being proactive and like that we can, by moving forward now, can have options and decisions, and we aren't just rushing into something, and we can actually look at the decisions and options that we have. I like that, and I know you aren't asking for a motion, but some direction, and I accept the recommendation from our finance director and also from our county manager and our very capable consultants. All are recommending the same thing, and I would agree with that. And other members of the board, Supervisor Ryan.
Madam Chair, I would agree, although I would also like staff to be, trying to expedite. We don't have to launch into it immediately, but even so, considering what the Fed's getting ready to do, the times are becoming volatile. Expedite or at least provide information how we could expedite the process. I think it'd be very wise that we listen, but I think it's important that we do that. And it'll help us, figure out for sure, what we're doing. I would worry about a long-term debt with a full risk, but the Aurora and/or RAFR, I'm curious, in future, decision, let's hone in on what the prerogative, what the options are, but definitely move us quickly, or my own thoughts associated with it. And actually, I appreciate all the work that's gone into this. In essence, if we can lock this in, it'll reduce our overall debt and help bring it into a more manageable opportunity here for the future. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Supervisor Ryan, for your comments, and I would agree with them. Vice Chair Geronimo Vasquez.
Yes, I just want to say thank you for the presentation, and I agree with the staff's recommendations.
Thanks, Vice Chair. And Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. Thanks so much for the presentation. And these finance is always so complicated for me, but just the way you presented it is, it would, elementary is very important presentation. And I think that with that understanding and the staff's recommendation, I support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Any other comments from either the supervisors, staff, or our consultants?
Not from us, Madam Chair. Mark Reeder may have some comments as our man in Arizona.
No, thank you. Thank you for your compliments. Thank you, Omar, for laying this out. We compliment the board on your leadership, staff on your leadership relative to this opportunity. And what I'll do with your permission is work with the team and develop a financing calendar, which would start with a public hearing as soon as we can, I think is the direction you're asking us to do, followed by a resolution similar to the PSPRS transaction, which would authorize us to move forward as we parallel track the Senate bill, as Omar said, that is going through the legislature as we speak, and pull the trigger accordingly when that Senate bill becomes effective. We're hoping with an emergency clause.
Mm-hmm.
And parallel track the credit rating process as was said by staff, and watch this volatile market with the Ukraine-Russia unfortunate situation, and watch the interest rates, and pull the trigger at the opportune time to lock into a level of savings that the county's comfortable with. So we'll be in touch accordingly.
And Mr. Reeder, that sounds like a good plan moving forward, and we look forward to bringing this back to the board for further discussion on the process as quickly as we can. So thank you so much. And thank you all for your time this evening, and very great presentation. So we appreciate that.
Okay, thank you.
Make it easy. You make something hard very easy. So thank you.
And Madam Chair, thank you for the nice compliments. I know that time is of the essence, but I did want to just share something. I think you guys already know. You have a phenomenal CFO in Siri and a manager in Steve. Having had the chance to work with both of them and your entire management team, I can just tell you I work with people all around the country, and they always help push our thinking further, and it's appreciated. And I think it leads to good outcomes for the county. I wish they would come to my hometown where I live here.
Oh no! Oh no!
Either that, or maybe I need to move to Cocoa.
There you go. We'll accept that. So.
Okay.
All right.
Just want to say thank you.
Have a good night, everybody. Thank you. Thanks, Omar. See you, Claude and Lucy. Bye, Steve.
Take care.
Carol.
So, Madam Chair, we are concluded with the afternoon items, I do believe.
Yes, we do. And it's we have a much deserved break coming up right now. And I think we should all use it. Go take a walk outside. It's very refreshing if you go outside. And thank everybody for their long afternoon and commitment and hearing us through. We've covered some very difficult areas, and with a lot of passion, concern, and commitment. And we really appreciate the staff working with us on this and working through this with us. So thank you all. And with that, unless there are other comments to be made by our supervisors, we'll go ahead and adjourn and come back into regular session at 6 o'clock.
Thank you.
See you none. Have a great little break. See you soon. Bye.
You ready to?
Okay, now you can see me.
There she is. I forgot my checkbook. And I think
Okay.
I owe you 600.
Sorry, you've got us double
Yes,
here. Let me turn
okay.
off the.
Not
You're on, you are still on, there you go. Oh, I can see the Girl Scout members of Troop 212. That's good.
Ah.
Well, we're back. Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to the continuing board meeting. As you know, we had a special session starting at 1 o'clock this afternoon. We took a quick dinner break, and we're back here at 6 o'clock now for our regular session. And so at this point, I would like to call this board meeting, this regular session, to order at about 6:04 this evening. And at this point, my name is Patrice Horseman, and I am the supervisor for District 1 and also the board chair. So let's go around and make sure we've got our board here. District 2.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. I look forward to a good and productive meeting. Thank you.
Very good. District 3.
After an active day, look forward to going through this meeting. But Matt Ryan from District 3, pretty much the southwestern section of the county here.
And District 5.
And the heartland of Coconino County, the most harmonious place. District 5, Lena Fowler, Coconino County Supervisor. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. It's good to see you all, colleagues. And just for the note and for the record, Supervisor Begay, District 4, will not be able to join us this evening. There's family matters, and she's taking care of family matters this evening. So with that, it sounds like we have 4 out of our 5 supervisors, and so we may proceed. And we proceed with the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag. And at this time, Lindsay, if you could please put up the flag, since we're doing this virtually, and those that can, please stand to say the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, members of the board. And our next item of business is called Call to the Public. And members of the public, this is an opportunity for you, members of the public, to address the governing board and bring matters of concerns or questions or other matters to the attention of the governing board. These are matters that are not included on our agenda. And because they are not on our agenda, our ability to respond is limited, possibility to ask some questions, but the open meeting law would require that we put this on a future board meeting for full discussion and consideration of any items that might come up with a call to the public. Since, of course, we are virtual, I am going to have our clerk, Lindsay, go through what they need to do to access the board and to make comments to the board. We ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes, and of course you remain respectful and courteous in your comments. So Lindsay, would you please let members of the public how they can address the governing board at this time?
Thank you, Chair Horseman. Yes, if you would like to make a public comment at this time in the meeting, you're going to go down to the bottom of your screen and hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand, and that will notify us that you would like to speak. If you are on the phone and you've called into the meeting, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand. And again, if you just hover, the raise hand icon will appear at the bottom of the screen that you can click on.
So Lindsay,
at this time, Chair Horseman, I don't see any hands.
All right, very good. So we're going to do one more opportunity for members of the public. Now is your time under call to the public to address the board. Lindsay has provided access on how you can address the board. Please at this time use the raised hand icon or use your phone, and I believe it's *6 in order to address us.
*9.
*9. I'm so sorry. *9.
It used to be *6.
Yeah, that's good. So *9. And anyone that would like to address us at this time, Lindsay?
At this time, there are no hands up.
All right. Well, with that being the case, We are ready to go forward, and we have a special proclamation, and we have a special group here today that's going to read that proclamation. First, I want to wish everyone happy International Women's Day, which is today. The theme of International Women's Day today is breaking the bias, eradicating sexism, bias, and gender discrimination, and celebrating the power and achievements of women in all of our diversity. The world certainly is a brighter and better place when women and girls are given the opportunity to reach their full potential. And what better representations of our girls and young women advancing equality, leadership, courage, and character than the Girl Scouts. And I know some of us are lifelong Girl Scouts, and we are pleased to have our local Girl Scout troop, 212, with us here with their troop leader, Nikki Lober, to read the International Women's Day Women's History Month proclamation. And I know that their troop leader is here, and I'm going to ask, and I see them, you guys are looking great. And I'm going to ask Nikki to introduce them. And then once they have been introduced, Nikki, they can proceed to read the county's proclamation. So Nikki.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. We're excited to be here tonight. We have Alexis, Carmen, Leela, Nicole, Peyton, and Samantha here tonight. And Carmen and Leela will be doing the reading.
Very good. Thank you. And thank you, Carmen and Leela. Carmen, I think I bought Girl Scout cookies from you. So please proceed with the reading of the proclamation. We cannot hear you for some reason. So may have to get real close.
Whereas the Coconino County Board of Supervisors joined citizens and local governments across the country to celebrate March 2022 as Women's History Month, an opportunity to shine a light on the extraordinary legacy of trailblazing women and girls who have built, shaped, and improved our country, state, union, and nation. And
whereas Coconino County honors the accomplished and visionary women who have helped to build our country, women from every class, race, and ethnic background make historic contributions to our community. And
whereas Coconino County takes pride in the legacy of women leaders who secure the right of suffrage and equal opportunity, who also contributed to the abolitionist movement, the emancipation movement, the labor rights movement, and the civil rights movement, working to create a more fair and just society for all. And
whereas Coconino County recognizes women who have served in the United States Armed Forces and in public services, protecting, defending, and promoting our freedoms. And
whereas the Coconino County Board of Supervisors recognizes that 60 years ago, when former First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt confronted President John F. Kennedy about the lack of women in government, President Kennedy appointed First Lady Roosevelt as head of the new commission to address the status of women in America and take on discrimination in all of its forms. As to the Coconino County Board of Supervisors is committed on advancing the safety, economic stability, and well-being for all women. And
whereas Coconino County embraces the valuable contribution of women in our county, promotes female leadership, and honors women who enrich the fabric of our community through their work, from mothers, public health officials, and vaccine researchers to the countless champions on all fronts who continue to work diligently to serve the public, including business and political leaders, inventors, engineers, scientists, healthcare providers, educators and child care providers, farm workers, service workers, and all other valuable colleagues who keep our families, our communities, and our county resilient. And
whereas the theme for Women's History Month women providing healing and promoting hope, recognizes women in their contributions to leadership and progress through ceaseless work and acknowledgement of the ways women of all cultures provide both healing and hope. And
whereas Coconino County is committed to the eradication of sexism and gender discrimination in all its forms and supports, and collaborates with the African Diaspora Advisory County, the Coconino County Hispanic Advisory Council, and the Indigenous People Advisory Council to involve its residents on women's issues to improve our communities. And
now, therefore, it be resolved that the Coconino County Board of Supervisors do hereby designate March 2022 as Women's History Month to honor, salute, and celebrate all women with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities, thereby strengthening us as a county, state, and nation.
That was excellent, and thank you. What a great reading. And I so appreciate the Girl Scout troop taking time out of their Girl Scout meeting tonight to join us and to read our proclamation with girls and young women like you all. Our future is bright, and we so appreciate you joining us and being part of this important proclamation. And onward, women. We will get this done. So, and I know that other board members would probably like to make some comments as well. So, Vice Chair Geronimo Vasquez.
Sure, thank you. First off, thank you, Girl Scout Troop 212 for reading the proclamation and coming forward and providing us this great reading tonight. It's a special day celebrating women, celebrating the contributions of women, both in our history and our local history. Women have been an important part of our county for many years, and unfortunately, up until recently, sometimes those contributions haven't been recognized as the way that they should. So it's good that we're finally recognizing those contributions and honoring women the way they should be, not as has been traditionally in our history, male dominated, but side by side, male and female together, moving forward and advancing our society the way it should be, and teaching our children how women have the same rights and the same goals and aspirations as men and can do anything that a man can do. And so as a father of 2 children and the grandfather of 2 granddaughters, father of 2 daughters and grandfather of 2 granddaughters, it's my great pleasure to see this proclamation today and really see the model and how our future generations can learn from it and move forward and know that they can aspire to be anything and to contribute to our community in leadership roles. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And Supervisor Ryan.
All right. Well, first and foremost, I want to say well done. That is a very hard proclamation to read, and believe me, we see a lot of proclamations, but I think you did, both of you did an excellent job. And I want to thank Troop Leader Nikki, but Alexis, Carmen, Leela, Nicole, I think it was Kaylin and Samantha, all of you in Girl Scout Troop 212 for coming and helping us with the proclamation. And just to note, I've had the great pleasure to work with women leaders. On the Board of Supervisors here, we've had Louise Yelloman, Deb Hill, Liz Archuleta, Mandy Metzger, Lena Fowler, who's present with us and has been for 16 years or more now, 17, Judy Begay, and Patrice Horstman. You can see there are great opportunities for women leaders in our community, and really encourage you to be involved, and thank you for coming. The other point of note that I'll make on behalf of the county, actually, Art Babbitt asked for us to do an analysis. How is Coconino County doing with pay for women? Well, the word parity, in other words, equal. We have equal pay that we want to emphasize, and it's so important. But there aren't many organizations that have that. So we need to continue to work towards assurance that we provide equality as well as opportunities for women leaders of our future, which we're looking at right now. So thank you very much for helping us read the proclamation today.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much. That's really nice proclamation and really nicely read. Thank you very much. I just want to say that I'm Navajo, and in Navajo, women are our children adopt our clans, and the women are the household and pretty much are the owners of the property and the children. And so that's how Navajo way is set up. I want to recognize you talked about being equal and also the service that an individual has provided. I want to recognize the Navajo Nation mother, Dr. Annie Winika. She was a very traditional woman who was elected in the 1950s, and she received she is almost single-handedly eradicated tuberculosis on Navajo Nation. She changed the way people really, when it came to healthcare, she is recognized for that. And she was recognized as the legendary Navajo mother. And also as a result of her work, she is one of the Native Americans that have received the Presidential Medal of Freedom Award. So I just want to recognize her. And I think that when you talk about women and the different ethnicities, there are many Native American women that have really made a change. And throughout our history, we have lots of stories and all across Native America about women being in charge and making the difference throughout our history. So thank you so much. And I believe that today, I see you as leaders that are already up and coming. And one of these days, maybe you'll be a county supervisor as we are here. So thank you so much, and really appreciate everything that you're doing. You're already doing community services, and that's where it starts. So thank you so much.
And hopefully one of you will run for president. It's time we have a woman president. So we aspire big. So, and I also want to thank my district director, Chris Newell, whose daughter is also a member of this troop. And I know helped get this organized today. So thanks, Chris. And thank you, Nikki. And girls, you rock, and you're doing a great job here in Coconino County, and carrying on the future for us. So thank you so much. And thanks for joining us this evening. We really appreciate that. So you're welcome to stay out and listen to our board meeting, but you may want to get back to your own meeting. It'll be probably more interesting. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. And I know we do have some events that are planned through the county, and Carol Kidd is here from HR. And Carol, you want to let us know what's going on from the county?
Sure thing. Thank you so much, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board, County Manager, Deputy County Managers. A special thank you to Girl Scout Troop 212. I think they just left. The diversity planning team for Women's History Month consists of Alicia Henry, who is the administrative senior manager in the recorder's office. Myself, who is the HR analyst and chair of the diversity team from Human Resources. Renee Herrera, epidemiologist of Health and Human Services, and Mary Cedillo, paralegal at County Attorney's Office. So the planning team, we prepared 5 sessions to be held each Wednesday to celebrate and educate about women's history in the city. Last week, we already held Bold Woman and with Rose Winkler. She, with her leaving, she actually was a moderator for that one. It was well attended. Tomorrow's topic will be on women in government with Abby Buckham, and she is from the Recorder's Office. On Wednesday, the 16th, we have Dr. Martin Tees, who will be joining us from NAU Office of Inclusion, and he will be doing Women in Entertainment and Film. On Wednesday, the 23rd, there will be a wellness speaker representing the Women's History Month's theme, which is providing healing and promoting hope. And on Wednesday, the 30th, we will have a panel discussion on women in leadership. So just look out for your emails. You will see, we'll be asking for you to participate and also to share what we have in store. And also this month, we have created a calendar featuring 2 women of firsts for each day of the month. Today, we are celebrating Jacqueline Cochran and Aretha Franklin. And we will be distributing the entire month calendar with the biography links, so you can go ahead and take a look at it and check it out. And your feedback is always welcome. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Carol, and thank you for what sounds like a pretty exciting list going on with the county this week. Really appreciate that. And I did not know about the calendar featuring 2 women for each day. So that's wonderful. Very exciting. Thank you, Carol, very much.
You're welcome.
So members of the board, that was exciting. Everything is probably going to be downhill from now on. That's all I can say. No, we've got a lot more in store. I'm just kidding. So members of the board, as you know, now is the time for the consent agenda. These are matters included in the consent agenda that are routine or administrative in nature. These matters may be made in a single motion and may be enacted by a single motion. However, if members of the board would like to discuss a particular item or discuss it separately, these items will be removed from the consent agenda and will be discussed separately and will be voted on separately. So members of the board, you have before you the items on the consent agenda. Are there any board members that would like to remove any of the items on the consent agenda? One more time, okay. No, if they are not to remove, then at this time I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda items.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve our consent agenda items 4 through 8.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Supervisor Lena Fowler. We have a motion and a second. All those in enacting and approving the consent agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any objections? It was unanimous. We are moving on. So thank you very much, members of the board. Now is the time we have for a public hearing. On item 9, we have a public hearing for consideration of possible recommendation of approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor Licensing and Control regarding an application for a Series 012 restaurant new liquor license application for Fred's Diner. And the agent, Troy Jean Morris, is with us here tonight. And this is located at 332 South State Route 64 in Williams, 86046. It's, I believe, the old Bedrock. Some of you may have been to Bedrock City on your way to the Grand Canyon. And this is a new restaurant and liquor license for that restaurant in that area. So this is in fact a public hearing. I am going to ask Lindsay Daly to basically present on behalf of the board for this public hearing and explain the process as we proceed with this liquor license application. So Lindsay, can you carry us through this?
Thank you, Chair Horseman. Yes, our office received this Series 12 restaurant liquor license application from the state for Fred's Diner. The agent is Troy Jean Morris, and this is a new liquor license application for the location, which again is at 332 South State Route 64 outside of Williams in Supervisor District 1. And upon receiving the application, we sent the application over to the Sheriff's Office, the Community Development Department, Health and Human Services Department, and our risk manager for review of the application. They did not have any concerns regarding the application. We also had the application and hearing notice posted at the site for 20 days, and we have not received any comments or concerns regarding the application. The board is required to consider and make a recommendation on this application, and the recommendation may be to approve, disapprove, or offer a no recommendation to the state. And the board itself does not issue the license, but makes its recommendation based on its knowledge of the local area.
Very
And
good.
If there is anyone that, well, if there is anyone that would want to provide comment, I can go over those instructions.
Well, at this point, what I'd like to do, and as you know, that this is a determination of whether to grant a license for a certain location. We have in our packet the administrative rule that's applicable for this, for the granting of the liquor license, and the criteria that must be followed. And I'm assuming that the application, in fact, does follow the requirements as set forth by the administrative rule. Is that correct, Lindsay?
That is correct, Chair Horstman.
Very good. And at this time, I would like to give Troy Jean Morris an opportunity from the Raptors Ranch and the owner of the Fred's Diner to address us, tell us a little bit about his restaurant, a little bit about this vision for the restaurant and the liquor license. So Troy, would you mind joining us this evening? If you can unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me now?
We can hear you. We hear you on the phone. So thanks, Troy. And thank you for joining us this evening.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, we're just revitalizing the restaurant here. Had it open for a little while, and we just want to be able to serve our patrons beer and wine and possibly margaritas. So we've got some good pizza here, and people seem to really crave the beer with the pizza. So that's kind of the extent of the application there.
Very good. Well, many of us remember Fred Flintstone, Bedrock City, and have stopped by there many times on our way to the Grand Canyon. And I know that this is where Fred's Diner is going to be located. Is that correct?
Correct. It's the same location. It's been for some 50 years now, I think.
It has been a while. So thank you. And as you know, this is in my district. I had an opportunity to talk with Fred Flintstone. I had an opportunity to talk to Troy about Fred's Diner. At this time is a time that we are going to open this up for public comment and an opportunity for the public to address this liquor license application. And so at this point, Lindsay, can you please let the public know how they can address us on this liquor license application?
Yes, thank you, Chair Horstman. At this time, if you would like to provide a comment regarding this public hearing for the liquor license, you can hover over the bottom of your screen and hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand, and that will put your hand up to notify us that you would like to speak. And if you're on the telephone for the meeting, you can press *9, and that will raise your hand to speak.
Very good. Lindsay, do we have anyone from the public that would like to address this matter?
At this time, we do not have any hands raised, so no one that would like to provide comment.
Very good. And we're going to give one more opportunity, members of the public, if you would like to be heard on this application for a liquor license for Fred's Diner, would you please let us know by raising your hand or hitting *9 on your phone? Is there anyone?
There are no hands raised.
Very good. Then at this time, we will close the comments from the public, And at this time, I would like to turn to my board members and any comments or discussion from the board.
Madam
Supervisor
Chair.
Ryan.
Yeah, if I may, just quickly, Troy, I believe it is, Mr. Mars. Just quick questions on this, just a follow up. And I'm hearing you that this is an interest to the community.
Yes.
And you know, part of the questions are there's no daycare within proximity of the facility.
I'm sorry, there's no daycare?
Yes, daycare facilities.
No daycare facilities here.
I'm just doing a little bit of due diligence and building the record just quickly, since it's a new application associated with it.
Sure.
So you know, and as I've read the Valley Area Plan, Valley Area Plan also is founded in fostering commercial activity. And so, you know, I see your intent is to have a restaurant and actually bring back some of the commercial activity that hasn't been there, as you noted, for almost 50 years at this point. So I can see that. Just curiosity, your hours of operation?
Currently, the hours are from 8 to 7. And those change as we get into the summer season, of course. Typically, that would go from 7 a.m. till 9 p.m.
And that's pretty consistent with the other commercial establishments in the area as well.
Well, the hardware store closes earlier and the bar across the street closes later. So I think we're kind of smack dab in the middle.
There you go. All right. And so they're just my quick questions, Madam Chair. Just filled a little bit on the record there.
Thank you, and thank you for helping to create that record. Appreciate that. Any other members of the board have any questions or comments on this? Yes, Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yeah, I'm just wanted to say that it's encouraging to see that the space that used to be Bedrock City and the Flintstones is going to be occupied for a new venture. I have fond memories as a young man driving through there and seeing that place and taking my kids at, you know, way back when. But now it's nice to see that it's going to be occupied in a new format. And I would like to recommend that we as a board accept the application for the liquor license for this new establishment at Fred's.
Very good.
So Madam Chair, I'd like to second, but that's a recommendation for approval. Is that right, Geronimo?
Yes.
Okay.
I was going to verify. You're making a motion that we recommend approval of the liquor license. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm making a motion that we recommend approval of the liquor license.
Thank you, Vice Chair Vasquez. Is there a second?
That's my second, Madam Chair.
Very good. I love that. So any other, we have a motion and a second. Are there any other comments or discussion on this?
Madam Chair, if I may, just,
yes.
You know, I can make the findings and as noted in the record, the applicants coming in, there's no concern raised by the community. We've already had a review from our Sheriff's Office, the Health District, the Community Development Department, as well as our risk manager. The applicant has provided the layout of the establishment so we can see it'll be a restaurant. And as noted, it's very consistent with the desire to improve commercial activity in the area. So I can make the findings that also support the recommendation of approval. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Very good. And just for the record, close the public hearing after the comments made by Troy. So the public hearing was closed, and then Chair Vasquez made the motion and a second by Matt Ryan. Just for clarification for the record. We have any other comments? The only comment I'm going to make, since this is in my district, and yes, I believe in all the findings that Supervisor Ryan has made, and I wish Troy and his staff all the best in their future adventure. And I look forward to stopping by and having a pizza and checking out those margaritas if this is approved as we move forward. So thanks, Troy, and thank you for coming before us this evening. And we wish you good luck and all the best on your future adventures out there. So really appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
We have a first, yes, I'm sorry, we have to motion. Now we have a first, a second. We've had our discussion. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. There is no, it is unanimous, and good luck to you then, and looking forward to seeing Fred's Diner. So,
thank you.
Members of the public and members of the board, moving on. We are now on discussion item number 10. This is, as you know, we have made a decision that we are going to alternate our discussion, update, and direction to staff regarding state and federal legislative priorities, and also our roundtable, so that every other time we will have a more complete discussion of state, federal, and legislative priorities. And the time we aren't doing the more complete discussion of that, we will have a more complete discussion of roundtable. Otherwise, we will try to keep things moving forward by having more abbreviated discussions between federal, state legislative priorities and roundtable. Today and tonight is the time for more complete information, if there is. I know we had a very complete discussion last time on this. So at this point, County Manager, are you going to take this, or is this going to be Trey?
This will be Trey, Madam Chair.
And
I do not see Trey.
I don't either.
Madam Chair, what we can do is I'm.
You want to go forward on the planning calendar, Steve? You're on mute.
Sue, can you text over to Trey to?
I am doing that right now, Mr. County Manager.
And why don't we move ahead for the planning calendar? And that would be County Manager number 11.
Steve, you are on mute.
Sorry, it keeps kicking me over to mute for some reason. So March 12th, this coming Saturday, is going to be the first of 4 public outreach sessions to receive public input on the county's redistricting mapping proposals. And will be 4 sessions. The first one, as you can see on the screen, will be this coming Saturday from 10 to 2. Again, it is providing the opportunity for the public to provide input on the redistricting process that the county is going through. And then the next one is being followed on March 17th. And this will be in evening sessions and then 2 other sessions. So the mapping will take place, the public outreach sessions are taking place during March. We are looking at April 12th for the board to consider adoption of the final map. We may be inserting another work session in there for the board to receive the public, or to compile or to review all the public input. But again, we're looking at the April 12th date for adoption. From there on March 22nd, you'll see that in addition to consent and planning calendar, we'll have the 3rd of 5 installments of the facility master plan update. And then from there, under the jail district, looking at the financial and future investments for the jail district as the board contemplates, based on staff recommendation, the consideration of a ballot measure to extend the tax. And then after that, another important item will be staff is bringing to the board for consideration a recommendation for adoption of an expedited pay plan for both patrol and detention. And this is in response to dangerously low staffing levels in both areas. And so providing this as a public safety concern, we've been working with the sheriff in identifying an interim measure for that, for compensation for recruitment and retention. And then on the agenda from that point forward, the 23rd and the 29th, you'll see the two following redistricting input sessions. One on the 23rd, which will be an evening, and then on the 29th, which will be in the afternoon. Again, both of those will be virtual hearings. And then on to the 5th of April, consent items, legislative update. We'll be providing that for the board. And then we may be, as I indicated, inserting a work session here to have the board the opportunity to deliberate the input they've received through the 4 sessions so that we can forward that action onto the 12th for final adoption. And then below that, if you can scroll down a bit, another session of the facility master plan discussion. This is 4th of 5, and then from there, the annual budget presentation, the annual budget process is kicking off, and so we'll be bringing additional information to the board as we begin to build the project, or the budget rather, for the next fiscal year. And then it's at 4 p.m. County Treasurer Sarah Benatar will be providing information on the servicing bank and trust service contracts, and this is required by statute. And then from there, the 12th of April. 1 o'clock, Flag Extreme will be coming to the board to provide an update on activities that are occurring out at Fort Tuthill. And then the 5th, the final discussions on the facilities master plan. We've allocated additional time so to provide the board with summary information from Director Hanachek, and then providing the board adequate time for consideration and deliberation on their part. And then I think the final thing I'll just refer to is 6:30, just after the consent and possible liquor license hearings. Walnut Creek Meadows is going to be brought to you, and then finally the adoption of the redistricting map. So I'm going to pause there to see if there are any questions.
Just a comment that I would make, and other board members may have something as well, and that is that given the recommendation and direction we gave at the ASRS, and to move forward with all due speed, I'm assuming that will be coming forward as well here in April.
Yes, we'll be working with bond counsel on getting the data and the documents for board consideration, but thanks for bringing that up.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions or concerns with regards to the planning calendar?
Just a comment, if I may, Madam Chair.
Sure.
And that's just noting, I had already scheduled that I will be here on March 19th for the redistricting hearings. I believe we have the other board members here, but I will be here for the following ones for that.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. And if for some reason other board members are not going to be able to make it, please let us know. Give us a heads up on that, so we aren't waiting to start until you're there. So please let us know, and hopefully we can, most of us can attend all of them. So, but thank you, Supervisor Ryan. I appreciate that. Before we move on, we were so happy with that wonderful proclamation. We didn't make a motion or a second. So I am very, very sorry. And rookie mistake here, Supervisor Ryan, from the new chair here. So if I can we please recall our proclamation so that we can vote on it? That is item 3. Can I get a motion to recall item number 3?
Madam Chair, I defer to our other woman leader on the board here.
We do need to recall it, and then we'll take the motion on on the proclamation. Supervisor Fowler, would you make a motion to recall item number 3 so we can vote on it, please?
Thank you. Madam Chair and Supervisor Ryan, thank you. I would like to recall the proclamation so that we can vote on it.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. You're saving me. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, and second by Supervisor Ryan. We are all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. We are recalling item number 3. Item number 3, which was so perfectly read by the Girl Scout troop. We are now consideration and possible action to approve the proclamation recognizing and designating March 2022 as Women's History Month. And Supervisor Fowler, would you be so kind to make that motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you so much. I move that we approve the proclamation recognizing designating March 2nd, March 2022 as Women's History Month.
Thank you. Do I have a second to that motion?
No second.
Thank you, Vice Chair Vasquez. Members of the board, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. It was unanimous. I love that. So thank you very much. And we can now continue with the agenda, County Manager. And I believe I saw.
Madam Chair, can
Yes.
we may have done this, but could we make sure that the Girl Scouts get a copy, the signed copy of the proclamation?
You know, I'll make sure Chris Newell gets them that. And I got a little text from her. The Girl Scouts were very honored to be recognized by the Board of Supervisors. And of course, we were very honored for them to join us here. But that's a very good recommendation, and I'll make sure something gets from Chris to them as well. So thanks, Supervisor Ryan. All right, Trey. Hi. We are here. We went through this on number 10, and we know we had a very lengthy introduction on this during the last board meeting, but do you have any updates for us on the state and federal legislative priorities and legislative and administrative updates?
I do. So we'll start off with HB 2316. On HB 2316, that's the bill, that's the one that would allow concealed carry permit holders into public buildings and events. That did pass the Senate Judiciary Committee last week, 5-3. And so it proceeded to Senate caucus this morning. It's on the consent calendar, meaning that it can skip one step when it goes to the floor and go straight to third read. But we're anticipating a few members, Democratic members, to pull it off of consent. So we're working on that. A few different organizations, I think, are going to request that. So we'll hopefully wait to see it. If one member objects to the consent calendar, then it's pulled off of the consent and it's pulled into Senate Committee of the Whole for discussion. And so that just allows that step for discussion before it proceeds to a final vote of the Senate. So we will keep you posted on that one. There also may be, we talked about a fiscal note and may potentially work with CSA on that. No decisions have been made on that fiscal note yet, but for even, the larger counties, this is going to, in the state, this is going to be a significant cost to them. So we will keep you posted on that one as it comes to the floor. HB 2110 was the bill that is sponsored by Representative Blackman that we're supporting for Coconino Community College. That bill was in Senate Appropriations this afternoon. It did pass unanimously. So that one is proceeding along. And then one to update you all on that I talked about last week was SB 1629, which is the bill that basically has 6 of the items related to elections that Senator Sonny Borrelli has wanted to accomplish. And so the bill has been stalled for some time in the Senate. At the ACO LPC this week, yesterday, they actually indicated that 9 of their the recorders had moved to neutral on the bill. And so that bill did move through Cal, and it is now heading into third reading. In Committee of the Whole, a floor amendment was offered on the bill, and I just kind of want to read you through that floor amendment. Number 1, it decreases the staffing levels that are prescribed in the bill for the Office of the Auditor General, the OAG. And so it takes them down from 35 full-time equivalent positions for performing what are known as election integrity audits, takes that down to 29. So it eliminates roughly 6 positions, and then takes that amount, the amount that would be appropriated, down to $3.98 million. It requires the OAG, the Auditor General, each federal election cycle to conduct an election integrity audit, examining at least 1 of 4 prescribed election categories rather than all 4 of them. It clarifies that the Secretary of State, a county recorder, or other officer in charge of elections are not liable for any personal identifying information, handwritten statements, or other notations made or provided by a voter that is included on digital ballot images, because this bill requires the posting online of electronic ballot images. And then it also removes the requirement that a county subject to an election integrity audit participate in any hearing related to the audit scheduled by a legislative committee designated by the Joint Legislative Audit Committee. So with that one, that doesn't necessarily require any county that would be subjected to an election integrity audit to have to go before another legislative committee, but it would still potentially require the county on my read to appear in front of the Joint Legislative Audit Committee. And then it allows the county recorder to send a notice to a voter with a permanent or temporary forwarding address. If informed, so this looks like just a change that's related to like an election fix, allows the county recorder to send a notice to a voter with a permanent or temporary forwarding address. If informed, the forwarding address is provided by the U.S. Postal Service 20 days rather than 11 days before an election. So it gives a little more time there. And then it modifies the definition of election integrity audit to exempt elections held by a special taxing district for the purpose of protecting or providing services to agricultural lands or crops, which is, sounds to me like SRP, I mean, I don't know if they, anyway, that's for special, that's modifying the definition of election integrity audit to exempt those types of special taxing districts. So the bill is up for third read. We will see, it's probably going to pass 1614 at this point, based off of the position that was changed by ACO. So I will keep you posted on that one. And then lastly, just a quick update on short-term vacation rental bills. Those have not moved forward this week. Agendas will start coming out tomorrow, Thursday, Friday. So I will be examining those agendas. And as soon as I see any of the short-term vacation rental bills that you all support, I will let you know when that hearing will be, so we can go down and support them. I did find in one of the bills a technical fix that might be necessary for counties. So in SB 1168, which is the bill sponsored by Senator J.D. Mesnard, which would allow us to require short-term rental or vacation rental owners to possess liability insurance or go through a third-party host, an online operator that holds that same level of insurance. But as part of that too, it also allows counties to impose penalties for verified violations. Under that though, in the bill, under where it amends 11269, they actually indicated that a city or town may impose the penalties rather than a county. So the way I read it is, in that section, it has the clause notwithstanding any other law. So that means, if the bill passed, we wouldn't be able to impose those penalties as drafted. It looks like a copy and paste error. I have notified the sponsor of HB 2234 as well, since those bills are identical. And that bill is waiting to be heard in House Commerce. As a reminder, it passed the Senate. So I will keep you posted as to that technical amendment and when that bill and the other short-term vacation rental bills move. That concludes my update, Madam Chair and Supervisors.
Thank
Happy
you.
to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Trey. Any questions for Trey? Obviously, as we talked about last time, Trey, if there's anything that we, the board members, can I think we've let it be known what our concerns are, what our priorities are. So if there's anything coming up that we can take a part in, whether it be testifying or contacting those at the legislature, please keep us informed, and I know you will. But just a reminder. So.
Thank you, Madam
Any
Chair.
other comments or questions from the board? With none, we will proceed. Thank you so much, Trey. Really appreciate the update.
Thank you, Madam
So, and we've gone through the calendar, so now we are on the update from County Manager regarding possible community, regional, and/or administrative matters.
Madam Chair, members of the board, just a few items to note for this evening. One of them is the relocation of the elections team is going to be taking place tomorrow. So currently we have 4 team members that have been housed within the county recorder space. And so in order to to consolidate their location near our director and assistant county manager, Esler Musta. They will be moving into the public affairs space, and Trey, as an individual, will be moving over towards and switching offices with Esler. So that is taking place actually beginning tonight and proceeding through tomorrow. And so we'll have new guests in the building here, and so we'll be providing an opportunity for us to welcome them because it's good to have them over part of the admin building. So that's happening. The other thing, of course, redistricting is understandably taking a good amount of staff time, not only from the manager's office, but also from GIS IT. And you've all seen the product and the fruits of their labor. And so credit to them. We've got, today was a big milestone to get to the point of getting ready to tee up the public public input sessions. And so this was an important milestone in the evolution of the project. Under ARPA, we are currently working with the information that we presented to you a couple of weeks ago related to how we implement the community partnership portion. And so the request for information that will be issued countywide is being drafted. And we'll be working with each of you to identify avenues where we can get the word out within your districts, because again, this effort is going to be successful, will only be successful if it has a county-wide reach. And so making sure that we've identified all the necessary channels where we can disseminate the information and the opportunity for the general public to weigh in on the 7 categories in terms of some of the services that we might be considering. So that's taking place. And then finally, the budget prep. So myself, Deputy County Managers, Sue Brown and Lucinda Andriani, we're in the process of meeting with departments to begin to identify some of the preliminary or issues that we want to identify early on and create additional clarity. Because what happens, and you all know this during the budget process, a lot of information is coming to the board. And so what we're wanting to do is identify all of the issues that are able that we can identify and take those and organize them. And so trying to not cut down on the information you receive, but organize it in such a way that we are able to present it more effectively. And then a final note, of course, with regard to what's occurring in the international market, of course, the local market related to fuel costs. We are making, it's going to be an impact on our fleet. And of course, we have many, many vehicles that utilize gasoline for operating. And so the costs that we're seeing increasing all over the country, we're going to be seeing that here too. And so again, it's one of those expense drivers that we're going to, of course, manage as we need to. But again, it has the impact on us as an organization, as well as to each of us as individual citizens. And so it's a concern. With that, I think those are the highlights. And of course, I can provide any answers to any questions that more board members may have at this time.
Members of the board, any questions or comments to the county manager? All right, well, hearing none, we'll continue to go forward. And then we are on item 13, roundtable. This again is our abbreviated roundtable. Next time we'll have a more full roundtable. So any comments anybody would like to make from roundtable? District 2?
Yeah, I've been sick this last week, so I haven't been able to get too far out there. I did want to give a shout out to Killip Elementary School. I had the opportunity to participate with the Green Schoolyard Forum and learn about this pilot project that Killip's being part of, looking to make outdoor schoolyards greener into a green learning environment, and had the opportunity to get a tour of the school on Thursday, which was nice because the original time I was supposed to go on the tour, I had COVID and wasn't able to go. So it was nice to be able to go see Killip finally and see the advances. Other than that, just want to say thank you to everybody and for their participation in the meetings, and look forward to seeing our progress moving forward with the public forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah, just Tommy and I are reaching out to the district and interacting with different communities as issues are coming up. I can give further reports in the future. There is one item of note, though, that's just to make everybody aware of. During the LPC, Legislative Policy Committee for County Supervisors Association, CSA, it did come up in discussion as it relates to when are districts actually official, and the opinions went all over the room associated with that. So there might be further pursuit of an opinion at a broader scale, just so you're aware of that.
It's important. I mean, I know we've received our legal opinion or review, but we want to make sure. I mean, it's very important. We need to make sure it's definitive. So.
And that's it. Just quick and report.
All right, then we have Supervisor Fowler.
I'm good this time. I gave my report last time. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Supervisor Fowler. And just real quick, District 1, I had an opportunity with to address the Northern Arizona Interfaith Council on ARPA and how our county has spent its ARPA funds with an emphasis on behavioral and mental health, and was well received, and they were very appreciative of the board's prioritization of this with our COVID or with our ARPA funds. And then second, I was able to have a tour of Desert View with Grand Canyon Park Superintendent and many members of his staff as they shared their vision of the new Desert View Watchtower as a cultural heritage site and reimagining, basically bringing forth the voices of the 11 traditionally associated tribes with the Grand Canyon, and really featuring Desert View as this intertribal heritage site, and also really to talk about the 11 different tribes, their connection with the Grand Canyon, also as a marketplace. It really is amazing what they're looking to do with it. And I know there'll be more coming forth on that as they move forward. But if you get up to the Grand Canyon, please stop by Desert View and take a look at what they're doing. It's pretty impressive. And last but not least, and there'll be more coming forth on this, met today with Cynthia Nemeth and a number of people from the city and the county to pursue a foots trail just in front of the Elks Club going north to Schultz Pass. This has been a social trail for probably 50 years or more. The city is looking to put in and is getting easements for the property owners there for their water line, their part 4 series of their water line through the city of Flagstaff. This just happens to be going north in county property. And they have the monies available for the city to purchase the Foots Trail. So they're asking, because most of this is in county and outside of the city, for our involvement and direction and assistance moving forward. So there'll be more of that. I know Cynthia is going to be working further with their open space, city's open space. And I know the county manager and the city manager are going to get involved to take a look at this and then hopefully bring it back to the board for further review and consideration. So that is my update. Any other comments to be made by members of the board or members of the staff?
Oh, just quickly, that's right. Next week is spring break for everybody, and so a lot of folks are going to be joined together with their children. So I hope everybody has a great spring break there.
Safe, healthy, and travel safely. So absolutely. So any other comments or anything else for the board? Well, if not, then it is time for adjournment. And it's been a long day and thankfully a short night. So hopefully you can enjoy your families this evening, and everybody do have a good spring break and be safe out there.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Take care.